still red, is it supposed to be green?
No, it should just read, yeah.
Red's on.
Mine said I'm a Victor, if it helps.
Good. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to formally open this hearing. This is a hearing of proposed plan change 72 to the operative Prebbleton district plan. This is a private plan change to zone 28.7 hectares of rural inner plain zone land to living dead and living free. My name is Paul Thomas. I'm from Wellington, for my sins. I am the accredited commissioner and chair. I've done quite a lot in Christchurch, Canterbury, since pre-earthquake time as a commissioner. I also assisted Sarah on the approval of the LERP, which is a relevant document we'll be considering, at least in a historical sense, in this hearing. I assisted part of the process of the district replacement district plan for Christchurch City. I'm currently doing the chair of the commission of doing plan change 5 for Christchurch City, which is the hearing just before Christmas. The one place I haven't done much on is Prebbleton, which was why I was intending to have the site visit on the way here this morning, at least as a familiarisation, and then go back and look at specific things. I was spoiled by Air New Zealand. I got up really early at 5 o'clock this morning from the airport at 6:30 and on the plane. Got on the plane and we sat there and they said, no, this plane's not going anywhere. So it was a 7:45 flight, which means I'm here on time. Unfortunately, delays started as soon as 10 o'clock to provide some time and some leeway, but I haven't managed to get my site visited. Anyway, I have the delegated authority to conduct this hearing and make a recommendation to go on district council. My job is to conduct this hearing in as informal a manner as is appropriate, subject to normal ground rules. My job is to hear the evidence and submissions put to this hearing, question it and to test it. And that includes submitters, although we have mostly, we do have some submitters, but not that many appearing. And of course, council advisors. I am able to recommend that the plan change be declined, approved, or approved modifications subject to the scope of the question. You'll be aware I issued directions as to provision-based evidence. I'd like to thank all the parties at this stage for complying with those directions. I'm confident we'll make for a more efficient and fairer hearing process. The order of appearances is different to a council plan change when the council would go first. In this case, the proponent of the plan change will go first, followed by submitters and finally the council witnesses. Reply from the proponent, as signalled in the minute, may be in writing, and we can discuss the timetable for that later in the proceeding. We have this hearing set down for a week. Hopefully, the schedule indicates we should be done. I think it's a little optimistic to say we'll be done by lunchtime tomorrow, but I'm certainly reasonably optimistic we'll be done, by close of play tomorrow. So that's very good from my point of view, and I'm sure everyone else's. Online attendance has been accommodated through Zoom, and this has been fed live through a YouTube channel, as I think is normal practice here. And in my experience, I found it to be very helpful in other hearings. For the benefit of submitters who may not be so familiar with these proceedings, it's important I say that my recommendation must be based on the evidence put before me. I can't go away and make sort of independent inquiries. So my job is to kind of ensure I take away from this hearing all the information I need to make a recommendation in accordance with the requirements of the Act. I was going to say I've made a preliminary site visit, but I haven't. But I will do, probably at the close of play today, I'm going to have a lot of new around the area. I won't need me to go on to any private properties, so that'll be fine. Timetable for hearing has been provided. As I say, we've got 2 days. Aim is to complete the proponent today and have submitters and council tomorrow. As expert evidence has been tabled in advance and read, I've asked expert witnesses to summarise evidence to highlight the key issues and counsel all submissions should reflect the fact of the panel and all the read the written submissions. The law for hearing specifically precludes cross-examination and the answer of any questions to any party other than the commissioners. However, if we do have submitters here, if you have a point of clarification at the end of hearing a witness's presentation of my question, I will give you the opportunity to put that through me to the witness if you feel there's a need to do so. Right, COVID protocols are pretty jolly important. We've already obviously got all locked in, and everyone else is locked out. Passes have been scanned. The idea, I think, is that when you're speaking, you can take the mask off, and the rest of the time try to keep the mask off. Is there anything else I need to say going forward in terms of COVID stuff? Toilets are, I just found, around there. The right emergency exits we decided out in the car park. So that's the main door. Right. Cell phones on silent, please. Right, any other procedural matters that anyone wishes to raise before we commence the hearing? Nothing? That's good. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I now pass to Ms. Ford, who has an opening statement supplementary legal submission. So all the documentation is on the website as it's being filed. So I hope you have a chance to look at any interest in it to look at it. It's quite voluminous, as you'll appreciate. I think this is a weekend reading. So over to you. Thank you very much. I will press my mic.
Thank you very much. The company's name is Ms. Ford, and I'm representing the Truss's Road Design Group, which is a group of 6 landowners in Prebbleton. We have 2 of the landowner holdings with us today, Barbara and George, and Bronwyn and Eagle Jets. The other landowners are going to be zooming in via the live stream, so they will be watching at intermittent periods throughout the day. It's obviously of very great interest to them, so you'll have the support of the landowners here to see how the hearing proceeds. Online is my colleague Derek McLaughlin, who's Duncan Cottrell based in our Nelson office, so he's also viewing, and you also have today Jeanette Grant and Stuart Fletcher, who are one of the submitters in the room.
Thank you. Thank you both. I just thought that was good. Thank you.
And now I have sent through a link to Grace with the opening summary statements for all of the Truss's Road expert witnesses, along with a copy of my opening submissions. Hard copies are available for anybody in the room who would like them. Otherwise, I will get into it. As I've already discussed, the applicant is a group of 6 property owners with an interest in approximately 28.7 hectares of rural zoned land adjoining the southwestern part of Prebbleton. Throughout these submissions, I'll refer to that land site. The site is made up of separate allotments ranging between 2 and 8 hectares in size. The proposed plan change 72 outline development plan also encompasses land owned by the Cridges and Mr. Robinson, who are not part of the Truss's Road Rezoning Group. The Cridge and Robertson land has been included to ensure that Plan Change 72 delivers a comprehensive planning outcome. Some members of the, I think I'll just refer to the Truss's Road Rezoning Group as TRRG throughout, have worked in unison to further residential zoning for the site for many years. Their efforts culminated in the rural residential strategy, incorporating the site as one of 6 preferred rural residential areas in Prebbleton in 2014. 3 of these areas have now been developed on a rural residential basis. 1 is subject to a submission on the proposed Selwyn District Plan, seeking general residential zoning, not a regional rural residential. And the other is included within the Plan Change 68 proposal, another Prebbleton plan change, which is yet to proceed to hearing. The TRG has also lodged submissions on various provisions of the proposed plan to support rezoning of the site for residential development. It has presented evidence that the strategic directions, introduction and general provisions and the urban growth hearings that have already been completed. The site's inclusion as preferred Area 8 in the rural residential strategy was considered necessary to deliver a cohesive integrated urban form for Prebbleton and to serve as a transitional buffer between residential development to the north of Trices Road and the expansive rural land to the south, which you see on the site as I mentioned today. Hamptons Road was earmarked as the new southern boundary at the time of the rural residential strategy in 2014. And this borders the block at the southern end. Growth in Prebbleton has not remained static, and the introduction of the large recreational reserve south of Hamptons Road now creates a far stronger edge to the township. The TRG evidence concludes that development of the site at living Z density is the most efficient and effective use of the site, as it provides a vital and active link between the Birches Road Park and the Prebbleton Town Centre, excellent internal and external connectivity for multiple transport modes, a well-functioning urban environment that consolidates urban form, a range of housing typologies that respond to the demographic changes in social and economic needs of the district, and a high amenity environment with retention of some existing trees, large stormwater management areas that double as recreation spaces, view shafts to the Fort Hills and several green links within the site. The pursuit of the now preferred option of living Z zoning for the site has been an iterative process for the group and the project team. The journey commenced with a pre-application meeting with the council to explore rural residential zoning, future-proof for urban development, as a submission on the proposed district plan. The original design concept then evolved with the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, NPSUD, coming into force in Policy 8 and the wider responsive planning framework, providing the opportunity for higher density proposals to be explored. At this waypoint, the TRG elected to pursue a dual approach, a private plan change request and a submission on the proposed district plan. And you'll note from the application material that private plan change request has a series of options. One to 4, 1 to 5, with the preferred option and then use preferred for that. And that's been discussed in the council for the goal of the Trices Road zoning group has been clear from day one. The group has actively participated in legislation, national and regional policy change, and the zoning district plan review to preserve a pathway for residential zoning for the site. More recently, the TRG has lodged submissions on the NPSUD, the proposed zoning district plan, change 1 to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, the resource management, enabling housing supply and other matters amendment bill, and the proposed national policy statement for highly productive land. Moving to the key components of the applicant's case. It is the TRG case that the introduction of the NPSUD sends a clear signal to both regional and territorial authorities that the provision of housing is of paramount importance. The ongoing delay in releasing developable land has contributed to a drastic escalation in property values, rendering vulnerable demographics and younger generations with little choice and options for private home ownership. Mr. Colgrave, Mr. Sellers and Mr. Jones, on behalf of the applicant, will present evidence on supply and demand within Prebbleton, Selwyn and Greater Christchurch area. The NPSUD responds to the supply-demand inequity. It's an enabling document designed to curb the red tape that restricts housing development. It should be interpreted in a manner that allows it to achieve its purpose. Ms. Aston will present evidence on the status of the competing regulatory documents and how those documents should be interpreted in light of the NPSUD, implementing responsive planning provisions. My apologies, I haven't introduced Fiona. To my left is Ms. Aston, the planning consultant for the group. Policy 8 of the NPSUD is engaged, as Plan Change 72 is located outside the projected infrastructure boundary identified on map A in the RPS. It's important to recognise that the responsive planning provisions in the NPSUD create a high bar, and fundamentally, Plan Change 72 must still demonstrate its merits. The TRG has invested in a suite of technical experts to ensure that you have the best evidence available to assist your decision making. The TRG experts conclude that development at Living Z scale is both feasible, appropriate, and makes for the most efficient and effective use of the site. I turn now to highlight the key components of the Plan Change 72 proposal. These are traversed in much more detail in the evidence that has been filed and in our earlier legal submissions, which we accept to take as read. Location, natural extension to Prebbleton Township. The site's inclusion as preferred Area 8 in the rural residential strategy anticipated at some point in the future residential development was likely to the site, at least to an average density of 5,000 square metres. Ms. Lowenstein's evidence concludes that Plan Change 72 will modify the character of the landscape from rural lifestyle blocks to a suburban character, where buildings, infrastructure and amenities are much more concentrated and visible. The utilisation of an ODP and the existing Living Z district plan provisions will contribute to well-functioning urban environments and will respect and provide important connections to the surrounding area and Prebbleton. In particular, the new Birches Road Park Recreation Reserve, which is currently under development and has received a designation, has effectively moved the urban boundary to the south of Hamptons Road, creating a defensible boundary to further urban spread, and its utilisation will be enhanced by Plan Change 72, which responds to infill residential development. Plan Change 72's proximity to local employment, commercial and community services and open space within Prebbleton, Wollaston, Lincoln and nearby in South Christchurch makes the site well located for urban residential development. Site attributes. Site has flat topography. There are no significant features other than a notable stand of trees, which will be the feature of a new small pocket reserve at the main entrance to the subdivision, proposed subdivision of Truckers Road, and some buildings with well-planted curtilage and shelter belts. A preliminary site investigation has not revealed any insurmountable issues in relation to hail accidents. Infrastructure and servicing. The TRG expert witnesses and the council reporting officer agree that infrastructure capacity is available to service the site for water, wastewater, electricity and communications. Design solutions are available to manage stormwater in a manner that ensures that pre and post-development flows will remain the same. There is sufficient capacity within the existing and planned roading networks to accommodate the traffic associated with Plan Change 72, and the site is well connected along transport corridors and is located so as to provide access to the wider strategic road network. The regulatory framework, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement and the NPSUD. We acknowledge that the site is not an existing urban area. It's not located within a future development area or a greenfield priority area as confirmed by Change 1 to Chapter 6 of the Regional Policy Statement. There are no future development areas at Prebbleton, as at the point in time that Change 1 was progressed, there was no rural land inside the projected infrastructure boundaries still available for zoning. There's just one future development area within the entire Southern District, that's South Wollaston. We submitted that Change 1 was not the outcome of a comprehensive review. It was a stopgap measure to increase capacity following the Housing Development Capacity Assessment in 2018. It is submitted that Change 1 simply took advantage of land that could be zoned residential but would not undermine the regional policy statement. Ms. Aston's evidence demonstrates that Change 1 does not implement the requirements of the NPSUD and therefore must be treated with caution. The key planning issue is the inconsistency between the regulatory documents, most notably the NPSUD responsive planning provisions and the avoid policy within the RPS. Ms. Aston's conclusion is that the greatest weight goes to the newest and higher order planning document, the NPSUD, when assessing the merits of this plan change. The inconsistency can be resolved by reading down or interpreting the RPS in a manner that ensures that it gives effect to the national policy statement, thereby maintaining the regulatory hierarchy. Our legal submissions traverse the importance of statutory interpretation during this exercise. Demand for housing. There is an insatiable demand for housing within Christchurch generally, but this is particularly evident within Prebbleton itself. There is a consistent message within the evidence of Mr. Colgrave, Mr. Sellers and Mr. Jones, who say that there are very few sections currently available within Prebbleton, and there are very few sections currently in development to increase that supply. Strategic planning versus private plan change process. A strong theme within the evidence for Canterbury Regional Council and Christchurch City Council, the two councils, is the preference to utilise strategic planning processes to identify land for development rather than utilise the private plan change process. It is submitted that the private plan change process is a legitimate process available to enactment. It's an onerous process that requires public notification and participation, all at significant cost to the applicant. The pathway to complete private plan changes currently on foot has also specifically been preserved in the Enabling Housing Act. It is important to acknowledge that private plan changes will not inhibit future strategic growth outcomes. The responsive planning framework requires a detailed merits-based assessment against the NPSUD criteria and other relevant planning provisions. Policy 8 does not open the floodgates to all out-of-sequence development. To delay the assessment of Plan Change 72 in favour of upcoming strategic planning processes will only delay the provision of much-needed housing development in Selwyn. Potential delays are unknown and subject to additional changes in the regulatory landscape. Response to legal submissions filed by the two councils. Council for the two councils paints the interpretive exercise between the RPS and the NPSUD as a reconciliation rather than a contest. Otherwise, he submits that the core urban growth strategy could be undermined entirely. It is important to recognise that the relationship between the RPS and the NPSUD is inherently binary. You either give effect to an avoid policy or you do not. There is no flexibility. For this reason, a hardline avoid policy cannot coexist with the NPSUD as it is currently framed. Perhaps in other reconciliations, the consequence of compromise or flexibility will not be as stark. But in this situation, the binary nature of interpretation makes it difficult to phrase it any differently. We do not agree with the submission that if granted, Plan Change 72 could undermine the documentation that informed Change 1 to the RPS. Change 1 was deliberately limited and did not address the responsive planning provisions within the NPSUD. To delay implementation of the responsive planning provisions on the basis that it does not give effect to Change 1 ignores the deficiencies in the Greater Christchurch strategic planning process. Statutory framework. Council for the two councils notes the regulatory hierarchy established within Consent, identifies Section 75(3) of the RMA, which provides that a district plan must give effect to a national policy statement or regional policy statement, but then fails to identify Section 62(3) of the RMA, which states a regional policy statement must not be inconsistent with any water conservation order and must give effect to a national policy statement, a New Zealand coastal policy statement, or a national planning standard. This is an important component of the regulatory hierarchy discussed in Consent. There is clear direction within the NPSUD that the Regional Council must include criteria in its regional plan for determining what plan changes will be treated for the purpose of implementing Policy 8 as adding significant development capacity as soon as practicable. The Regional Council has not yet undertaken this exercise, and as explained by Mr. Lehman, has instead prioritised other planning matters. The National Policy Statement, UD, is directive, and the RPS in its current form does not comply with Section 62(3) of the Act. The two councils' submission that Change 1 has given effect to the directives within the NPS is flawed. Additionally, Council for the two councils submits that Change 1 gives effect to the NPSUD directive to provide at least sufficient development capacity. That assumption has been challenged in the evidence of Mr. Colgrave. The Regional Policy Statement does not give effect to Policy 2 NPSUD, which provides Tier 1, 2 and 3 local authorities, Selwyn being a Tier 1 authority, at all times provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing and for business land over the short, medium and long term. It is submitted that Policy 2 forms an ongoing obligation, and it is important to acknowledge that the NPSUD encourages the zoning of additional land above what might be considered sufficient development capacity. There is no upper limit. The evidence of Mr. Colgrave is that the Council is not providing sufficient development capacity. We note the requirement within Objective 7 for local authorities, Objective 7 of the NPS, for local authorities to rely on robust and frequently updated information. In this case, the evidence of Mr. Colgrave is accurate and is the most up to date. The relationship between the NPSUD and the Regional Policy Statement. We see no immediate disparity between councils on the principles of statutory interpretation. Council for the two councils identifies that the NPSUD contains various overlapping objectives and policies and argues that Objective 6 and Policy 8 cannot be considered in isolation. Ms. Aston's evidence does not assess Objective 6 and Policy 8 in isolation, but rather provides a comprehensive assessment of the NPSUD as a whole, including whether the proposal will contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. Council for the two councils describes Objective 6 and Policy 8 as an administration pathway only. We do not understand this description as the submission goes on to list the substantive requirements of Policy 8, including an assessment of a well-functioning urban environment. Council simply lists matters which have been carefully addressed within the TRG evidence. At paragraphs 4.7 and 14, Council for the two councils places much emphasis on ensuring that the NPSUD is interpreted as a whole. We agree. This is what Plan Change 72 is premised on. As an example, Council identifies Objective 6.2.17 of the RPS, which has already been incorporated into Ms. Aston's assessment. Similarly, the two councils cannot ignore relevant provisions of the NPSUD that address responsive planning provisions. Assessing Plan Change 72 on its merit. Council for the two councils raises concerns that the interpretation of significant development capacity accepted by Ms. Aston and Mr. Place will result in ad hoc developments. We disagree. The policy direction does not automatically endorse out-of-sequence development, and it must still meet the requirements of a well-functioning urban environment. A site-specific assessment is needed. We acknowledge that there is a dispute between Ms. Aston and Mr. Langman on whether Plan Change 72 meets the assessment of a well-functioning urban environment. This goes directly to the evidence that's available to you. We note that the two councils have filed no expert evidence on substantive issues. To reach his position, Mr. Langman must justify departure from the conclusions within the technical evidence. Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. Council for the two councils reiterates that the highly directive RPS framework cannot be overlooked, noting it is a framework that does not provide any flexibility except in specific locations. Council for the two councils says an applicant should demonstrate how they align with the strategic planning decisions of the relevant local authorities. We agree that this forms part of the relevant assessment, but go further to say the assessment should also question how the strategic planning decisions of the relevant local authorities give effect to the higher order instruments such as the NPSUD. The deficiency in the regional policy statement is not something the two councils have grappled with when outlining their recommended assessment process, other than to state that change 1 gives effect to the NPSUD, which for the reasons outlined above and in evidence is incorrect. Precedent effect. Our substantive legal submissions address the relevance of cumulative and precedent effects. We reiterate to the Commissioner that you are not being asked to make a decision on surrounding plan changes or prioritise locations in terms of suitability for development or upcoming regulatory processes. Council for the two councils addresses these issues at 6.1 and 5 to 5 of their submission. We respond. In Waitemata Infrastructure Limited and Auckland Council, the court discussed the relevance of a district plan review. In the context of a privately promoted plan change, the consideration of alternatives might be extended to considering whether a forthcoming review of district plan is another option. We consider in the present case that waiting for the forthcoming review, one has been foreshadowed in this case, does not provide a full answer. We note the High Court's approval of the approach taken by the Planning Tribunal in the Countdown case, described by the Tribunal in the following way. Although we accept that issues raised by Plan Change 6 would have implications for a wider area than the subject block, these proceedings are not inappropriate for addressing those issues. The proposed plan change was publicly notified, a number of submissions were received and they were publicly notified, further submissions were received. The Respondents Committee held a public hearing at which evidence was given. It made a full decision which was given to the parties. 5 parties exercised their rights to refer the change to the Tribunal. The Tribunal conducted a 3-week hearing in public at which public and private interests were represented. Evidence was given by 19 witnesses and full submissions were made. No one could be prejudiced by the Tribunal making decisions on matters and issue in the proceedings on the merits. On the contrary, the applicants would be prejudiced and would be deprived of what they were entitled to expect if the Tribunal were to withhold decisions on the merits and questions properly and issued before it. If we have discretion in the matter, we decline to exercise it for those reasons. We maintain our position that Plan Change 72 must be assessed on its own merits. Upcoming strategic planning processes are relevant, but they should be not treated as the answer. Reliance on upcoming strategic processes would effectively render the private plan change process redundant, which would be in direct conflict with Policy 18 PSUD and inconsistent with the amendments made to the Housing Enabling Act, which preserve a pathway to complete notified private plan changes. As set out in our substantive legal submissions, Plan Change 72 is exactly the type of plan change Objective 6 and Policy 8 that the NPSUD seek to enable. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I need to be careful to try and focus on legal questions, but don't stray into matters that would be better or correctly answered by the witnesses. But I just want to start off with a little early issue that I just need a reassurance on, really. Well, probably the starting point is the clause 25 assessment of this private plan change, which has a range of considerations, including resource management practice and so on. And I haven't seen that decision or that council report, but presumably the council, Southern District Council, did not conclude at that point, which was posted PSUD, presumably time in mind, that the, if you like, direct and control avoid restrictions in the regional policy statement was not a bar to it passing clause 25.
That's correct. The council received legal advice when there were several plan change applications which were presented to them. Most came in pre the notification of the proposed Southern District Plan and some after. And so the council certainly had that in the field when they were determining whether or not to accept a plan change and concluded that it was appropriate to do so. Does that answer your question?
Yes, both matters. Both matters are relevant to that. In other words, yes, we're working on a new plan. Okay, the roll on from that is that the scheme of the Act is that a plan change request is a request as far as clause 25, and then it becomes a proposed plan change. A proposed plan change, not four options necessarily. So it is the sort of council's job to say, here's the request, this is the plan change we're notifying as a result of that. Now, it is quite common practice, so I think it's been the practice for all the plan changes here, and I know examples elsewhere of basically the request gets notified. But I worry that there's a jurisdictional track for a smart lawyer who might say, hang on a minute, no, you don't have jurisdiction to make a recommendation on this matter. You don't actually have a plan change in front of you.
Excuse me, Commissioner, would you mind moving the microphone a little bit closer to raise your audio so you are clear on the...
Does that help?
I'll let you know in a minute.
Okay. Now, you might not want to necessarily answer that now. You might want to think about that in reply rather than off the cuff. But I just want, if you like, the reassurance that there isn't a jurisdictional bar to us proceeding. And I don't know if this has come up in any of the other plan changes. I have no idea. I mean, I myself, I'm dealing with a private plan change where I've been advising the requester in central North Ireland, and the council has done the same thing there, to my concern. Getting legal advice to make sure there isn't a bar proceeding. But you get my point, or do
Look, I think I do see it. Is it in relation to the fact that there's a preferred relief that's been sought, coupled with some less preferred relief? And are you concerned that because there's been a parcel of relief put forward rather than one, that creates the challenge?
It's that in part. It's basically clause 26 of the first schedule, which says, where a local authority accepts the request or part of the request under 25(2)b, which is the case in this matter, the local authority shall prepare the change to the policy statement or plan in consultation with the person who made the request under clause 21. And it goes on, the local authority shall notify that change, etc., within 4 months. So there's a sort of step in the scheme of the Act that is often kind of missed. And I just don't want it to be open, but it should this matter go to the Environment Court, where they say, well, hang on, step in, that's here. This isn't a plan change. A plan change would be just one option. It wouldn't be a different option. That could be part of Section 32 assessment, of course. But I just want to make sure we don't have a little hole we can fall down.
I will address that in my closing, but I think at this point, I don't think there's any question that there hasn't been a plan change duly notified. That is the material that was published on the council website, and that very clearly covered a detailed assessment of all matters that are necessary.
And in terms of the originally notified living Z with a bit of living 3, move now to full living Z, which was one of the options explored. Is there any other scope from any other submissions other than the way that plan change was couched for that change?
The living Z across the block was a less preferred relief, which was identified in the original application. So the preferred relief was living Z with a portion of living 3. Then there were a series of, I will find my application in a minute, but there were a series of alternate options. One of those was living Z across the whole block. So it's always been notified in the public realm that that was a possibility as part of this plan change. And I submit that you don't need a submission to extend the scope because it's already there as part of the application period.
The strategy for your group has been clearly private plan change plus submission to the proposed district plan review. The two are running kind of in parallel. Why was that your strategy?
As I said in my submissions, it's been a really iterative process. The point in time that we decided to lodge a private plan change was because we considered that there was an opportunity with Policy 8 and the responsive planning provisions under the NPS to explore that route. And at that point in time, the initial legal interpretation of the NPS was that it related solely to plan changes and that it didn't extend to submissions on the proposed district plan. And that was certainly the stance that the council was communicating to submitters. So at that time, we elected to push go on a plan change to preserve our client's position in that regard. Since that time, there has been a softening of the legal advice to the council in relation to whether or not the NPSUD responsive Policy 8 in particular applies to submissions on proposed district plans. And the council, to my understanding, now accepts that it does do that. So there will be some submitted on a proposed district plan who thought that their window may have been shut, which has now been opened again. But since that time, there's been a lot of plan changes that have been lodged by applicants within the district to preserve their right in that regard.
It's a complete review in one hit. I know we have had in the history issues with sectional district plan reviews bit by bit, and scope, hence overachievers and the like. But this is the total review, therefore anything's up for grabs. There shouldn't be any limitation on what you can supply.
With respect to rezonings, we've got a hard projected infrastructure boundary resulting from the RPS. So any zoning requests under the district plan review which were outside of that line needed to engage policy 8 and the SUD to have a pathway, and that's the issue.
Got some questions about the projected infrastructure boundary, but I might leave those for others in terms of its history and its sense. Yeah. Plan change 1, you hopefully clarified you made a submission to. So your interest, your proposal was on the table in front of that streamlined planning process that considered those submissions. Now, I haven't pulled up the report to look at exactly what they said about your submission. Can you tell me, or even provide me with some extracts of the further down the track? In other words, I had got the impression that from the evidence that, well, yes, we need some extra supply. We want to dump it all in Wollaston because we want to try and make public transport more feasible from there. End of strategic story without wishing to be too critical of strategic thinking. It sounds like that, but, and therefore that's all we're doing. Now, if, in other words, there wasn't a specific matter in front of them for Prebbleton and anywhere else for that matter, which they had to respond to and address in their decision. So can you help me with what was their reasons for not advancing your matter in terms of plan change 1?
I think Ms. Aston's probably better to traverse the history for you, but my understanding at a high level is that change 1 simply gave effect to areas within Selwyn which were within the projected infrastructure boundary which were suitable for residential development, so as not to undermine the RPS line. There was no land available in Prebbleton that was capable of being rezoned at that time, so that's why there's nothing in Prebbleton that received a future development area, and there was only one portion of land in South Wollaston that was capable of being zoned within the infrastructure boundary, and that's where the future development area landed. The change 1 was also based on an outdated housing capacity assessment and figures in the house base document that failed to look at the reality of what's happening on the ground. It just simply applied some dated figures, determined that a future development area in Wollaston was sufficient to address the capacity shortfall and shut the door. As far as the decision goes, sir, I will need to review that, and I will provide that to you later in the proceeding if there are segments which specifically address our submission, but I think that's somewhere.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. And yes, I would like to know a bit more about the history of this projected infrastructure boundary and later. Your answer to the question about why, about the bar for submissions, the chance of success of submissions to propose district plan because of the content of regional policy strategy is very helpful. I get that. I was also thinking that there may have been an element of your thinking of, we actually want to get on with this thing. We're not just here kicking tires and going to wait around. Is there a kind of implementation plan for this area. Obviously, you've got nobody picked, but I mean in terms of, we want to get on with this, here's that. Once we get through this hurdle, which will be a change to the operative plan, I still have, if you're successful with that, you can get going, you can proceed. Is there a kind of strategy around, because you've got different interests and different people and different priorities? Is there a kind of, yep, we're gonna spin some wheels here and get this thing going quickly, given the urgency of supply?
It's certainly factored in the decision making. The landowner group are varied in terms of their motivations for the site. They have worked together to form a landowner agreement. They are united in their approach in terms of how they are progressing both the submission and the plan change process. In terms of timeframes, I think it's become evident now with the proposed district plan rezoning submissions being postponed indefinitely, that the pathway that we pursued for our clients means that if there is a window to get in and supply additional housing in Prebbleton now, that we is through the plan change route, that we don't know how long it's going to be before the rezoning submissions on the proposed plan are dealt with. Initially, evidence was due in October. It was then highlighted that as a result of the draft housing enabling bill, that may create some challenges in terms of the planning provisions that have been notified as part of the proposed district plan. The evidence time frame for rezonings was then pushed to February. And just before Christmas, there was receipt of advice from the council to say that we're essentially pushing the subdivision and residential chapters on hold until we understand what the lay of the land is in relation to the housing enabling bill. So at the moment, there's no clear time frame on when any rezoning proposal under the proposed district plan may get to a hearing.
I'm sure the council can tell me a little bit more about this, and I'll leave it at that. But I'm conscious from my reading of the legislation, it provides a separate pathway to insert those changes and a process and a streamlined process. And while it would be, it also, I think, has provisions in there where you have a proposed plan that you deal with variations. I'm just not quite sure how the two mesh. Maybe things being thought out carefully about that.
I just think it goes for timing for this group, but certainly advancing a private plan change process means that the wheels are turning now and we're not subject to ongoing delays, and that they can make traction once a decision is made.
Okay, I think the only other point that you have stressed in your opening statement is you've stressed that the Enabling Housing Act preserves pathway to complete private plan changes currently on foot is visually preserved and enabled on foot right now. Sorry. Yes.
And so that's, as you'll be aware, that is what's necessitated the haste of getting this plan change to a hearing, was that the housing enabling bill did have a cut-off date on the 20th of February for a decision on submissions on a private plan change on foot to have been received. Otherwise, it had to be.
Yes, so that's you're recognising that change to allow them to see on the early draft. Okay. Very good. All right. That's fine. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Now, how are we for timing?
No idea. How are we? 10:49. What time did we say we would?
We said we have morning tea at 10:30, so would you like to break for that now, sir?
I think that's a very good suggestion.
It's on my list. It says 10:30 till 10:50.
Yes.
And Carl Fox is our first witness
Yes.
doing the servicing. When would you like him,
Yes.
sir?
So let's just make it quarter of an hour and make it 5 past. 10 to now, 5 past.
Thank you.
11. There we go. That's 15 minutes. I've got the timetable a bit more in front of me now.
We do have this box. And he's prepared a summary statement, which I hope is
Thank you. If you could read that to me. Thank you. Yes, please. All that will be going on.
It should be fine, yeah.
My name is Carl. My name is Carl Alexander Fox, and my qualifications and experience have been set up in my evidence dated 20th January. And I've been involved with various stages of PC72 and so I'm familiar with site characteristics. In terms of the key points of my evidence, infrastructure and servicing, my evidence confirms that there is sufficient capacity available in the council network of water supply, wastewater, and sufficient capacity in the services suppliers networks such as electric power and telecommunications. With regards to wastewater, the PC72 site can be serviced from the existing council wastewater network. Council has confirmed that capacity upgrades are underway and additional upgrades are planned and budgeted for in the council long-term plan for wastewater treatment, and that there is capacity within the Prebbleton pump station to accept flows from PC72 in the wastewater veins. An area in this development has been set aside for treatment and accumulation of stormwater from PC72 site, which is practical, and we've shown that it's compliant with the regional council requirements. Further detailed modelling and ground testing will be required to refine the design, which ultimately might see some changes to stormwater management plans, such as reducing or splitting the area into multiple areas, and that is dependent on the permeability of the soils. The outline development plan has been adjusted to incorporate suggestions regarding roading layout and site and pedestrian connectivity, resulting from recommendations contained in the section 42A report. But fundamentally, the structure of the rezoning proposal remains the same. In summary, already planned infrastructure upgrades or new infrastructure constructed as part of the development of the site can provide for its infrastructure needs. There is no physical or capacity constraints that will impede the development of this site. In terms of site density, my evidence traverses the various densities that may be possible on PC72 site and concludes that the 12 households per hectare strikes a good balance between the increased urban density, street character, urban form, and the function in the context of this environment. This matter is also addressed in the slide evidence. So that is the summary. Do you wish me to go any further with the green?
You carry on, and then I'll come back with questions at the end.
Areas of agreement or disagreement with other technical experts. So in response to Mr. Stewart Fletcher's evidence, in paragraph 5.2, Mr. Fletcher provides aerial imagery confirming that what is now a shallow depression on the Drinnen land was historically a clearly defined ditch or drainage channel. I therefore believe it's not an overstatement of its form and function, being a drainage conveyance route. The evidence of Mr. Blakey discusses the proposed stormwater outfalls. However, I know that water will always find its way to the lowest point, and based on comparable information I've reviewed, it's clear that the indentation referred to by Mr. Fletcher is the lowest point of the surrounding area and the natural flow path for overland flow. This confirms my observations on the ground when I visited the Drinnen property in late 2020. Response to the evidence of Mr. Layman. Mr. Layman is concerned that several other plan changes progressing through council may place additional pressure on the council network, and that this should be accounted for in considering whether PC72 can be adequately serviced. In my experience, the standard infrastructure practice is to allocate connections to development applications as they are made, i.e. on a first come, first served basis. If there is insufficient whether that be through council or developer-led upgrades or modifications. Further, I note that the council business aim must be for full utilisation of the infrastructure. The holding costs of underutilisation of assets is expensive. Upgrades to infrastructure networks are triggered by demand, and it's not realistic to suggest that headroom capacity ought to be available for development, for a development to be approved. In any event, this is not a question for PC72, where capacity of the existing network is confirmed by council. With respect to Mr. Langham's comment that approving PC72 could potentially undermine the timely delivery of other land already identified for planned urban development within the projected infrastructure boundary and in other future development areas. I note that while specific allocation of capacity based on identified potential development sounds like an efficient way of managing resources, but in plan it will be disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. Just because land is zoned for development does not mean that the land will be developed immediately, with some owners not developing for decades. It is important that decisions on available capacity are flexible to ensure that councils are not required to carry the cost of infrastructure without the anticipated return through development contributions or rates. So in conclusion, overall, I remain of the view that the practical and economic engineering solutions are available to provide the required infrastructure and to mitigate the potential impact of urban development, and proposed plan change can be supported from an infrastructure perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning my evidence or the proposed conditions.
I'm conscious Mr. Blakey will actually deal with that. And you can tell me if you think he's better answering. I'm going to ask him anyway, and then we'll be snuggled. The stormwater management area is relying heavily on soakage, as I understand it, as a first sort of principle, and then would detain at higher levels of event, but ultimately could flow through to the river property. Is that the correct, not very technical understanding?
I'll let Mr. Blake talk about the technical aspects, but effectively we need to make sure that we first collect and treat the first flush of material, and the attenuation is there for the increased flow from development, and the additional flow will be the secondary flow part. But I'll let Mr. Blake talk about the technical aspects of how stormwater will be treated and disposed of.
Including treatment, quality treatment.
Yes.
Okay, so I did want to ask a bit more about that. When you say in your summary, paragraph 11, allocate connections to development application, that would be a subdivision consent application, that sort of allocation process, rather than saying you've got this plan change approved, that's soaking up this, even though a subdivision consent has gone forward.
Yes, they tend to run like a just-in-time. If looking at capacity, if additional capacity is required, then they will have to provide additional capacity. But the aim really is to make sure that there is good utilisation and full utilisation of their assets.
You made in your principal evidence, you made a comment in terms of developing the indicative scheme plan, which is very helpful. The zoning requiring 15 dwellings per hectare makes it very hard, or in some cases possible, to achieve these ideals without multi-story or very small housing units. Now, multi-story houses could still be a satisfactory option within this area, isn't it? Or is that not something that you think Prebbleton?
Well, a multi-story could be two-story, 22-story houses, so that's not what I was driving at. I was more at the 4
Yes, yes,
type story buildings.
that's fine. On the indicative plan, which shows where medium density developments 400 to 550 might be located. Most of them make sense to me in terms of the history of the ODP or now the wording proposed in the ODP. But in the northwest corner, there is a block of medium, not corner, northwest sector, there is a block of medium density that I couldn't sort of think, well, now why has that gone there? Can you clarify that for me?
It's with having multiple landowners, it was partially to help increase equity amongst owners. And so there's some element in there of basically reintroducing equity between the owners was the main driver here. We put that go and how could we look at that. Rest of it has very much other amenities following from.
So the framework for this development, it was mentioned earlier this morning that there is agreement between most of the parties to remain somewhat outside. That is, if you like, within the framework of that agreement, this is what we want to try and achieve in terms of yield, in terms of what the bottom line issues might be in terms of return, as opposed to the group forming a development company themselves with shareholdings and all becoming shareholders of a development company and saying we're now progressing this as a single entity. So it's the former that's being advanced, which is why you've done that.
Further down the track, that changes in there is flexibility to make changes to the development so that there is let's say it would become one owner or one development company, and the yield is not so much of an issue that could be switched around. The main priority is to make sure there's the structure, the roading, the stormwater, and some of these reserves. So any one particular allotment at this level is not so important, just to show that this was the that we could achieve that.
And you did need a few more to achieve that density overall. Right. Development contributions policies, presumably in terms of Selwyn, a model on, would not have been, the current development policies would not have taken any of these additional private plan change sections into account, but effectively, obviously, would pay development contributions. Do you see there being any, if you like, project-specific development contribution issues?
The discussions we had with council today, when we talked about the concept, a number of these projects outside of the site itself were already in train. Internally, they become a private issue. However, council has identified an opportunity that they would contribute to, which provides additional infrastructure capacity outside of the site. So they would contribute to that. But no, there's no identified specific project required external infrastructure upgrade.
All right, that's very good. Thank you very much indeed. That's very satisfactory. We can move on to Mr.
Thanks, Mr. Ross. I introduce Mr. Lindsay Blakey, who is introducing stormwater and Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Blakey.
Sorry, can I just need to make sure that your microphones are working, please, because otherwise the live stream can't pick you up.
Sure. And I'm now introducing Mr. Lindsay Fox, who is introducing stormwater control on behalf of the group.
My full name is Mr. Blakey. Well, I'll just go straight to the key
Yes,
points.
just read through this, it'll be good, thank you.
So my key points are that city water service such as stormwater will be features, stormwater management area, providing continuation of all stormwater heats up to and improving the 60-hour duration of the ARI. Stormwater is proposed to be conveyed by the flow path across neighbouring land at pre-development rates. So the neighbour does not experience any adverse effects from the new development style. The outfall relies on the principle of natural stewardship. My stormwater evidence is based on rational calculations, which assume no infiltration of runoff through the basin inverts, stormwater management areas, and assumes minimal ponding and storage on surfaces within the catchment. This evidence is therefore conservative. There is sufficient land available within PCC2 site to attenuate the runoff, so the stormwater that is discharged by existing surface flow paths to the inland land will be at or below existing peak discharge rates in this 50-year ARI design. PCC2 site may flood or convey floodwaters during extreme heat, for example, greater than 200-year ARI events. The surface flooding and overland flow modelled by the council indicates flood depths will be shallow and not pose significant risk to owners or public. The internal roading concept plan has been designed to convey floodwaters through the subdivision on or close to existing flow paths. This internal roading network also serves to direct stormwater runoff across the site to the SMA. On areas of concern the experts, the evidence presented in support of the drainage submission by Mr. Fletcher is that there is no existing drain on the burn land of PCC2 to discharge into, and that the drains have not observed any stormwater runoff or discharge from PCC2 site into the burn land. In the 7 years the burns have only been dropped, including recent heavy rainfall. Importantly, this does not mean stormwater has not historically flowed across the inland land. Historic aerial photographs provided on this picture show that prior to the drain planting the property, there appears to be a well-defined sized drain that starts in the PCC2 site and connects to the water body on the eastern side of the drainage property. Ultimate comment, it appears the LiDAR information that I've been relying on was inaccurate. There is no longer an incised drain across the drainage property, but rather a shallow depression on the alignment of the historic drain question. However, this is not critical to the conclusion by reaching my evidence. I accept that in a 2021 heavy rain events, there may have been no discharge to the drainage property. However, this simply means the storm duration was not long enough, or the return period was not high enough, or the antecedent conditions didn't combine to cause runoff to discharge into the land. Without a hydrological stormwater model, it is difficult to estimate storm duration, the intensity, or the antecedent conditions that would result in stormwater discharge into the land at the site. Also, the general accept the assertion from the section that maintaining the existing drain at the swale, or by private agreement re-establishing the size of the drain as indicated by the HUD site limits the drilling operation for future development of the aircraft. The historic information presented by Mr. Fletcher, along with council flood hazard maps, confirms that the shallow depression will, in the right set of climatic conditions, convey floodwaters from pieces to the site. Any existing activity or development proposed by the drainage needs to have regard to maintaining catchment runoff conveyance, so that the limitations of the site are locked into the existing grant. My understanding of natural servitude is that the lower landowner must accept water from the higher landowner, where that water would normally and naturally flow. The council profile and the presence of historic drain confirmed this to be the case. And the council flood hazard map and flood hazard assessment shows that opening, flow and flooding will happen in an event greater than a 200-year return period. The model stormwater flow across the German land is identified to the right of the PCC site, with the internal road identified in red in the plan, and it's in the middle of the image. In the early stages of my engagement, I explored several possible options for conveying stormwater from the PCC site, including conveyance to council maintained crossing drain and conveyance along the northern boundary of the German land. It is important to understand that while an outflow across the German land is not the third technical solution, an alternative solution may be pursued by a more detailed modelling and design at the subsequent stage. The following image shows the LiDAR contours of the low spot within the thin band, which will convey an effect on the PCC band in the right conditions. The green line in this plan unifies the shallow depression which is proposed to convey stormwater from PCC2. In paragraph 5.1, Mr. Fitch's evidence, he states that all buildings on the German land drain to ground. I understand from the discussion with Mr. Fox that this is not the case. In the image above, the pink line identifies the part of the drain constructed to flow from the new farm implement sheets. The dark blue line shows the location of the fine drains similar to the side. It is interesting that the pink drain is not connected via a shorter route to the south to crossing the drain. It is likely this is due to the fact that the natural fall of the land is inwards towards the low point in the northeast corner of the German land. My evidence concludes that German land, that the part being considered by inclusion within the PCC proposal is likely to drain into Hampton's Road and possibly into SMA servicing PCC2, as it is likely on a high point. This contrasts with paragraph 6.22 of Mr. Fitch's evidence, where it states that Mr. Bingham considers it will be feasible from a topography perspective to direct stormwater towards the local creek crossing the drain at the southeast corner of the property. In my opinion, the site topography does not support this conveyance route. Conclusion. Even if PCC2 did not proceed, the German land would experience surface flow, stormwater and floodwater in the general location of the proposed outcome, which forms sufficiently extreme for the antecedent conditions by a greater than 200 year as by council for saturated ground conditions of ARI. There is an existing flow path through the German land, although it is more likely to swale than an incised drain. Natural servitude needs to be maintained for stormwater conveyance across the German land at this natural low point. My conservative calculations show that an immense upturn, including the 50-year ARI 60-hour event, peak discharge of stormwater will be less than 3 dozen discharge rates from the German land, and the German land will not experience any additional effects as a result of proposed PCC development over and above what the existing topography allows in the mix. The proposed outfall is not the only feasible solution for PCC2, just the most logical one. Alternate outfalls, if needed, can be considered by more detailed modelling and design at subdivision stage.
The concept of natural servitude revised, say, applies to water from upstream that was traditionally flowed. In this case, you are proposing that the peak is no greater, but depending on surface or whatever, the actual volume over a period of time would likely be greater. Is that still, is that protected by natural certainty, or is the characteristics of the flow what is actually protected by that?
I'll start with a response to the comment, but my understanding in terms of natural certainty is that you maintain a wash and discharge previously. From other things aimed at Excel, they have considered the volume duration because principally they're looking at erosive beds and stream beds and not, the flow that's important rather than the duration of flow. But correct. We're going to make the more impervious surfaces. We don't have attenuation, but it will, if and when it discharges from a storm event, it will discharge over a longer period. But my understanding from natural certainty is that that is the acceptable norm. But do you want to comment anything further on it?
I can pursue it. I think if you continue with your questions, it's something that I can wrap up and close in if you wish.
Absolutely. The diagram in paragraph 16 is actually very helpful. It gives me some sense of where things are that I didn't perhaps previously have. Crossland Drain is how big a water course is that?
It's significant. It's got significant catchment upstream of Rodia on the western side of the site. Which is very good. So it continues quite a distance around Prebbleton.
And is it a reasonably natural water course rather than a man-made drain? It's called a drain, but a lot of them are. It's a natural water course.
It's a natural water course. It's not maintained by Southern, but it's on the camps.
I think it's important to note there too that natural water course is going to weave its way through the new Birches Road Park development, and so there may be some works that are undertaken in that regard.
Yes. I have some questions about at some point. And then the drain that the overflow would eventually reach, as you say, the point where the pink bit, or there's a drain that runs along that boundary where the pink is, as I understand it, and then does a right angle right and heads east. Is that correct?
So the blue drain is another particularly common utility drain. I don't think at that point it's on. I don't think it is a drain in the maintained by Southern. That is a natural historic drain.
That's more of your paddock drain managed by farm, etc., taking farm drainage. Yeah. Just the question about treatment and what we're achieving in terms of quality of treatment and how. Can you just clarify for me?
Yeah, so taking my principle, either summarise the conceptual service and not obviously get out. So in principle, we applied a runoff coefficient of C.54 for the design event, 50 year.
Yes.
And we're using primary reticulation of the pipe or swale to get all the stormwater to the stormwater management area. And we're capturing and dividing the first flush runoff, which contains the contaminants. We're holding that for 24 hours and we're discharging that to surface water. then the first structure volume is the additional water that will be picked off the catchment in the design, and then that will be held as long as necessary to contain the water and ensure that we're not discharging higher flow rates than pre-development. So we've nominated an area in the SMA size that volume based on that. So what I say in my evidence, what I see in my evidence is my design is conservative in that we are not allowing for the losses that will occur in the basin to land, because there will be some, it's just not, we can't rely on entirely to discharge stormwater to land at this site. The SOGA's investigations to date don't support discharging, or it would take too long to discharge water for stormwater protected in the design and to land. So we have to rely on some discharge. I guess what we can say is that we've got enough attenuation that all storms up to the 60-hour storm, beyond the final concentration of catchment, they would be less than what is pre-development discharges and costs in the land.
So we convey to that point, we collect, and we are discharging into a constructed pond.
Yes.
Which has a particular capacity with a weir or a spillway over the bottom end, which then spills to what?
Spills into the driven property along the opening flow path. The same discharges would occur pre-development, so ponds would have to make impact on that. They should experience anything more than what they experience.
So you would have a depending on technically just a plan of trying to make sure I understand. You would have a particular size pipe in the bottom that allows water to go straight through.
Correct.
And then that also chokes the flow. And then water builds up behind and then there's a spillway over the top for a very good event. So you're basically maintaining the flow. But it's the driven view that they're not really getting any water at the moment.
And they probably won't in short duration of things, and it probably won't in the future either, because we're in at this stage of our design accounting for short duration. We've really only looked at 50 years ahead. So if we're not discharging now, and then after the 20, we probably won't up to the 55. But we won't until I look really into detail there, because I haven't accounted for a number of losses. I don't think they will experience that.
So it depends obviously where you position your outlets.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And we can do that. We can,
That's a matter of design.
correct.
That's good to understand that. Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much indeed. So, thank you.
Excuse me. Sorry. My name is Prebbleton. I'm an assistant for earlier, at the start of the hearing, you were suggesting if there were specific questions that could be discussed at certain points, maybe that opportunity should be taken. So there are just 3 questions I have for the Commissioner. You may choose to direct to Mr. Blakey.
You tell me what they are and I'll decide whether they go on.
Okay. So, in Mr. Blakey's summary he provided today, under paragraph 16 is an aerial photograph of the different lines. So what one can see is there's actually a driveway which runs along, but sort of between the piece and the boundary, if you see where I mean? Or that light blue line, there's a,
from south to
Do you
north.
want to sit here still, just so that the live stream can pick up to this thing? Do you want to sit?
if you like,
Yes, please. That would be very helpful.
that would sound good on the speaker system. So between the S and the light blue line,
Yes, there's a driveway going due north.
so that I guess is a relatively more recent driveway. And in fact, in that area as well, for some time with some stockpiles of material as well. And what that really has the effect of doing is that you might say it
I really want you to ask some questions because you're going to have your opportunity to talk to me later on. So it really wants to be matters that help you understand what a business Blakey has to say to me.
So my understanding is the driveway diverts the water, and I would like to understand if that has been taken into account.
That's fair. Thank you. Blakey.
I haven't specifically looked at that. What I did think about was that Salem would want to, if we're going to get stormwater management in this area, consolidate them and not have multiple
Yes.
developments. There's also the issue of discharging public stormwater to a private development. So my understanding is that there's 5 blocks south of Hampton Road that may be developed or included in the plan change 72, or that's what the drainage would like. So there's an issue in discharging public stormwater to private property. So again, it's possible that driveway could be used, but given that we've got an outfall, well, we're proposing an outfall and a stormwater management area, I would have thought that council would have preferred that directed that way. So that's how I assess it today.
Yeah, look, the consequential for me from that is that looking at the ODP and the indicative subdivision layout, which is only indicative, is that we're actually, the green line shown on that paragraph 16 is actually not where we're planning to channel and storm water. We're channeling it all south.
Not from which block?
Well,
From the neighbour, or from, so what's, in the plan change, okay. So what's not shown on the ODP connection out to the green line, there's always been, in the conceptual design, a connection through here. So what, the stormwater management area next to Hampton Road is feeding stormwater back into the main stormwater area connection, back into the main area, and then on, not clear on the plans, but can I?
the ODP, which is a very important part of the process here, which is attached to Mr. Fox's principal evidence, which I think is the current one, has directional red arrows in terms of the way things are flowing, which suggests that some goes back towards the roads, both east and north, and the rest goes south towards Hampton Road.
I might be able to verify that.
Can you just come forward and actually just take the seat?
But so the SMA's areas is dealing actually with the storage and treatment. There is a conveyance route that goes from the roads through to the green line. You would see that on the conceptual plan, the concept plan. You would see a connection in the concept plan, but not on the ODP because it's not an SMA area, it's conveyance route.
I think that we've line.
Yes, I think my misunderstanding is in fact the red line is actually about shared pedestrian path, not a walk line. So that's my mistake. So which way are we going?
So Hampton's Road flows back towards the northernmost SMA area or stormwater area.
Yes.
And it does that by going through the smaller SMA area. So we're taking water from Hampton's Road, treating it, bringing it into the main stormwater area, and then there's conveyance through from the road through to the green line shown in paragraph 16. So on an ODP, we would not normally show all of the conveyance routes for the services.
And the question that arose to this was about the driveway, and my question arising is there a culvert under the driveway at any point that, or is it just a lower point that the water crosses the driveway?
So I guess my response to that would be that while there's been modifications to the land, it doesn't override if there was a flood event that's where it's going to go, and that doesn't erode or erode the principle of natural servitude as well. That's where water has historically flown. While there has been work done on both sides of that fence line, it may just temporarily be affecting the stormwater, but it doesn't affect the legal principle of natural servitude.
No, I think the point was that the driveway is actually physically diverting water that goes that way, and therefore it doesn't get to the Drimmers property up to a certain point, when obviously a bigger event means it flows across it. Is that your understanding, or is it not your understanding?
It may be causing localized ponding. I'm not aware of that or not. That's what we're driving at, that local northern driveway may cause some localized ponding, but historically all of that land flows that way. So
and that will all come down to sort of detailed design. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Fletcher, anything else that you want to clarify?
Yes. What I was hoping to understand, I do have some photos I was intending on providing tomorrow. I'm happy to provide them now, but I'll let you decide in a second. Was right now we've got this natural indentation, you might call it, but whether any physical changes towards the indentation on the Drimmers property would be required as a consequence of this proposal. So if the water's
On the Drimmers property?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's probably, do you anticipate there being a need for physical works on the Drimmers property as a consequence?
it is up to the Drimmers, and we're proposing that there's no additional peak flow across the property, so the land will take the flow that we've just chosen. It is depending on whether that is a nuisance or not, and that there was a drain before, the farmers bought it and had a drain. So I anticipate from that there may have been a necessity for it, and for some reason it's been smoothed and filled in. So it doesn't include concentrating the flow if they wanted to, so they could control it. But no.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop that there, but I encourage you to have a chat to these guys before tomorrow. If there's anything further that will help advance things in your mind. Okay? Thank you. Apologies for my misinterpretation of the EP. Right. We can reshuffle the deck chairs. And we are going to Mr. Colray. Oh, look, 11:50. Chance.
Excellent. Now, the next witness for the applicant is Fraser Colgrave, who's based in Auckland and who will be joining us by Zoom. Hi, Fraser.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you.
Great.
I shall just let you jump into your summary statement and address any questions.
Great, thank you.
Lisa, sorry, we don't actually.
Just give us a little moment. Oh, yes, thank you. Bear with us a moment, Mr. Colgrave. I have a little attitude for communication between parties.
No problem, sir.
Apologies, sir, just facilitating that discussion.
Right, we'll introduce Mr. Colgrave. You have a summary. If you can read through that from start to finish, that would be just brilliant. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Plan Change 72 seeks to rezone approximately 28.7 hectares of land in Prebbleton to accommodate around 300 dwellings or more if the planner's recommendation is adopted. My evidence profiles Prebbleton's existing residents and dwellings and shows that the district's population has grown rapidly in recent years, with this fast growth projected to continue well into the foreseeable future. It is my opinion that the council is not currently meeting its obligations to provide at least sufficient capacity to meet the demand for new dwellings as required by the NPSUD at either the district or sub-district level. This is both because the council's estimates of demand for additional dwellings are too low, while its estimates of likely capacity to meet that demand are overstated. When the various issues identified herein are addressed to provide more reliable estimates of dwelling supply demand, I consider that the district clearly faces significant supply shortfalls under the short, medium, and longer terms. Accordingly, additional land needs to be identified and rezoned as soon as possible to meet NPSUD obligations and to enable the efficient operation of the local land market. Overall, it is my assessment that PC72 proposal will provide strong economic benefits, including 1, providing a substantial direct boost in market supply to meet current and projected future shortfalls. 2, bolstering land market competition, which helps deliver new sections to the market quicker and at better average prices. 3, providing a variety of housing options, typologies to meet diverse needs and preferences, which is also required by the NPSUD. 4, contributing to achieving critical mass to support greater local retail and service provision. And 5th, the one-off economic stimulus associated with developing the land and constructing the dwellings that will be enabled there. Given the strong and enduring benefits of the proposed plan change, and noting the absence of any material economic costs, I support it on economic grounds. Mr. Langman has filed evidence on behalf of Environment Canterbury and Christchurch City Council, which levels various criticisms at my evidence. For example, at paragraph 95, Mr. Langman concludes that housing demand is high across the sub-region, not just in Selwyn or Prebbleton, and that my assessment narrowly looks only at supply and demand in Prebbleton. I disagree. First, while recent population growth has been exceptionally high in Selwyn and, to a lesser degree, in Waimakariri, the latest population projections show that the city's growth has stagnated. Specifically, while Selwyn's population grew 4.8% during the 12 months ended 30 June 2021, the city's population grew by only 200 people, or 0.1%. Further, while Selwyn's current population far exceeds Statistics New Zealand's high population projection, the city, conversely, is languishing between its respective low and medium population scenarios. Accordingly, housing demand is currently far greater in Selwyn than in the city or the rest of the region. Second, my analysis did not narrowly focus only on Prebbleton. To the contrary, it considers the need for additional supply at both the district and sub-district level, with the district level analysis being far more extensive than the localised one for Prebbleton itself. Paragraph 100E of Mr. Langman's evidence claims that the various factors identified in my evidence as potentially limiting market supply relative to feasible capacity will not be significant over the medium term, and hence that they can be discounted accordingly. Notwithstanding the lack of evidence supplied by Mr. Langman to support this seemingly sweeping generalisation, the factors that I have identified have materially reduced market supply in urban areas where I have performed similar analysis. For example, in 2006, the various territorial authorities that now comprise Auckland Council identified a significant amount of capacity available via the intensification of its existing urban areas. However, a 2018 report by Auckland Council showed that only 11% of that capacity had been taken up over the 12-year period, largely because of the factors that I identified as limiting supply for Selwyn too. Paragraph 100G of Mr. Langman's evidence states that I have not considered the impacts of the new medium density residential standards ushered in by recent RM amendments. I agree that my evidence does not explicitly consider them because it focuses on identifying and addressing the issues that I identified with the latest housing capacity assessment, which predated those reforms and hence also excluded them. Given the uncertainties in how the MDRS will be implemented, it is premature, in my view, and speculatory to undertake this exercise. However, I confirm that I do not consider the recent MDRS to have any material bearing on the district's likely supply-demand balance. District land prices, the age of the housing stock, and local housing preferences do not lend themselves to the sort of density uplifts enabled by those provisions. So caution should be applied in assuming any immediate drastic rise in housing capacity released through the new legislation. In conclusion, the district faces a looming shortfall of housing supply to meet demand, which will continue to place pressure on prices and hence affordability. Proposed PC 72, in concert with other plan changes across the district, are a critical element in responding to those pressures and helping to restore a balance between housing and supply and demand over time. Accordingly, I continue to support the proposal on economic grounds.
Thank you, Mr. Calgrave. Now, just bear with me. I'm just going to click through your evidence. Just to remind me, the latest housing capacity assessment, was that done since plan change one, or was it input into plan change one?
The latest was dated 30 June 2021, so that's after plan change one.
Did you give any evidence to the plan change one process?
No, I didn't, sir.
In your evidence at 66, you make some assumptions about how quickly this land might be developed, short, medium, long term, 20, 75, 90. Is that 60? I think that's what it is. 20% of land neighbour capacity over short term, 75% was that.
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear, sir.
So in para 66, page 21 of your main evidence,
Yes.
you look at not just this plan change, but the collection of plan changes for Prebbleton and West Melton, and you look at their contribution to future market supply over the 3 time frame. And you have assessed or applied assumptions of 20% of that it will be realised in the short term, 75% in the medium, 90% in the long term. I wanted to know what that was based on in terms of sort of evidence, whether that had involved any discussions with the parties involved, or was, if you like, what you expect to see in terms of this sort of type of development.
Sure, no, a great question, sir. I mean, I've been involved with dozens of similar large-scale developments across urban areas in New Zealand, and my experience is that typically staged and rolled out over a number of years. So I'll just start with the short-term 20%. That's really just reflecting the fact that the short term is a 3-year horizon. These plan changes are yet to be decided. So, there's not a lot we can do between now and 3 years. If these plan changes were approved and land development took place and servicing took place, we would only expect, the first couple of stages at most to occur over a 3-year period from today. So that 20% is really just saying we're still in the plan change process. There's a lot of work involved with land development and everything else before houses are constructed. So over the next 3 years, we're only going to get a very small chunk. So that's the 20%. The 75% is just saying that over the 3 to 10 year period, we're likely to see most, or 3/4 or so of that land released and developed, as you would expect in line with normal staging. And over the sort of the longer term, 90% is a figure that I use typically because what I found is that, notwithstanding the best endeavours of early subdivision plans and early ideas, that over the full course of time, around 90 or say 95% of the capacity originally envisaged will come to market. So it's really just saying that at different points in time, more of that capacity is likely to be on the market because things that would have restricted it fall away over time. So some sort of operational constraints or financing constraints or just staging itself just has the impact of more supply becoming available over time. So it's really just trying to mimic that, sir.
And I think what the case here, of course, is that we have in Prebbleton as a local context, we have an extreme situation in terms of shortages of funds. Would you think that would cause, if you like, a difference to those normal percentages, or you just think, well, the constraints on actually delivering on development and sections of this nature means you probably couldn't go any faster than that?
Yeah, look, I think the sections themselves will sell very quickly. So I guess there's the distinction between the sections initially being sold and dwellings actually arising and people living there and meeting that actual housing demand. So, for example, at Prebble's, in the evidence of one of the other experts, the real estate expert for this, whose name suddenly escapes me, he was talking about the fact that the 3 stages of Prebble sold out initially, immediately, and only 1 or 2 of those stages are sort of under construction, and stage 3 is all the way in the future, and we haven't got there yet. So that's an example, I guess, where the section sales will happen very rapidly up front, but the actual sort of development and provision of housing will take much longer. So it's possible in an extremely high growth environment like this that the medium-term capacity might be 80 or 85% possibly, but we're not going to see all of these things fully developed in the next 10 years is what I'm trying to communicate.
In your page 23, you have figure 8, which shows a graph from March 93 to March 21 of median dwelling price Selwyn. I wrote on there, well, it would be interesting to have a similar graph of what the kind of median cost of development and dwelling construction would be, because we are facing some difficult times in terms of costs, building costs, material costs as well, and how that's gone up over that time. And how it relates to, if you like, the shortage as in pushing price up versus the costs as in pushing price up in an economic sense.
Yes, absolutely, I agree, sir. So what we can see in figure 8 is astronomical price growth over the last 12 to 18 months. There's going to be several drivers there. One is the land supply shortage, another is going to be historically low interest rates. And there's also that sort of cost push inflation that you've alluded to through building products becoming more expensive and that kind of thing. So those are all factors. But I think in the case of Selwyn, the lack of land supply is definitely a large factor. But more importantly, it's the one factor that the council has control over. And so while those other pieces of the puzzle are critically important, most of those fall to central government, and land supply is really the one lever that local government has that it can contribute.
Yeah. Somewhere you, I'm not sure whether it was in your evidence, I was trying to find it, kind of assessed demand as the number of building consents that were issued over a period. Was that you or was that someone else?
Yes, yes, sir. I have a graph of building consents on page 12, figure 6.
Thank you. Page 12. I think my thought at the time was whether building consent, why building consents were your key indicator of demand, if you like, rather than, I suppose, the more traditional demographic approach of modelling household formation and migration and so on.
Sure, no, absolutely, sir. So I guess it's important to sort of put figure 6 in context. On the page just before that, I do talk about population and population growth, and I show that the latest official estimates are tracking well above the high population scenario. So very much acknowledging that population is the sort of key driver of what we're looking at. The building consents are useful for a couple of reasons. The first is that it gives us much more up-to-date information. And it also, the population projections are just sort of one view of the world from Statistics New Zealand, and we're already seeing that we're well above those. The thing about the residential consents is that it gives us a bit of a forward look at what's happening in terms of population growth over the next 12 to 18 months. So building consents that have been produced in the last sort of 12 months, for example, will convert into housing over the following 12 months, and that will lead to population change. So they're different pieces of the same puzzle, and I like to rely on both. I think the building consent information is particularly important though, because it tells us what the current run rate is in terms of how many houses are we sort of giving consent for, and what does that mean in terms of population going forward. And as we can see, there was obviously a really big spike post-quake from about 2013, and it sort of hovered around that level to 2017. And then we had a little bit of a dip. And then from about 2018 onwards, we've gone into exponential growth. And that's different to any other district in New Zealand. The district's population growth over the last 12 months was 10 times higher than the national average, was much higher than any other district. And the building consent data is telling us the same story. We have really strong demand manifesting here. And it's much stronger than was assumed in the HCA. And that's really the point I'm trying to make, is the housing capacity assessment has taken the higher projection, but we can see that even that is likely to be too conservative. And I think that the building consents just help to characterise that and show what that, they sort of show where the momentum is in terms of current construction and demand for housing.
Have you sort of overlaid the two and say, well, we're not keeping up with the population demand through the building consents that are being issued? And that's the sort of analysis you've done, really, isn't it? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, so we had 2,000 consents over the last 12 months. So if we assume sort of 3 people per dwelling or something like that, that's an extra 6,000 people, which is much, much higher than the growth we had over the previous 12 months. So all things point towards population growth continuing to go much, much higher than the high growth projection.
Well, what you get, of course, is a sort of, what's the word, depressed, not depressed, but suppressed demand. Like, you know, the big, strong domestic migration flows that are talked about. And you've got people who want to get out of Auckland and want to come to Christchurch. But they can't get out, so they don't.
That's right. So what I've been seeing over the last 2 years post-COVID is people reevaluating their circumstances. People have worked from home. It's forced them to sort of reevaluate. Am I living in the place I want to be? Am I living my best life? How do I make my life, my work-life balance better? And what we're seeing, not just in Christchurch, but Hamilton, Wellington, Auckland, is a bit of an exodus out from the metropolitan centres to the peripheral districts. And so very, very strong growth feeding into the districts that sit around these metropolitan areas. And that's borne out in the population data for the city. So the Christchurch city's population was stagnant for the last 12 months. The 2 districts, Waimakariri and Selwyn, have grown significantly. Same thing in Auckland. We've got Waikato to the south, Kaipara to the north, same thing. Auckland's population actually declined over the last 12 months for the first time that I can remember. And those districts nearby, which are more affordable and have easy commuting, have boomed. And so it's not just a Christchurch phenomenon we're seeing here. It's something that's playing out all over New Zealand. And I'm hearing reports of similar things overseas too. So I think people are just saying, well, actually, I want to have a slightly bigger yard for my kids, and I want to live on 500 or 600 square metres, and I don't mind a 15, 20-minute commute or whatever it happens to be. So I think there's been a lot of that sort of reevaluation of preferences and lifestyle choices, a big part of this mix.
I'm not only going to the office 2 days a week or whatever. Yeah. Just finally, before we move on, the issue of significance. Now, do you comment on that in terms of the significance of the test, the NPSUD test of significant contribution to supply? Do you deal with that? I can't remember.
Yes, I do, sir. I sort of shy away from getting too much into it because I guess it's sort of in a lot of respects a planning argument. But at paragraphs 79 to 82, on page 24, I briefly talk about significance.
Did you have any further comment on the evidence in relation to that?
I have read parts of Mr. Langman's evidence that I was directed to, but I've also closely read the Section 42A report, and I strongly agree with where the Section 42A report got to in terms of its evaluation of significance and what the relevant market is, and I think that they really nailed it with their analysis.
Thank you very much indeed. Very helpful. Thank you.
Great.
Many thanks, Fraser.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How are we doing? Fine. Oh, we're going to transport now. That's fine. Are we going to transport now? Or we going to
Transport is on my list, sir, at 12:20.
Oh, yeah, we're ready.
Are you guys for 3 minutes?
Transport.
Thanks, William. And here's Miss Lisa Williams, and she has got paperwork to circulate.
Oh, cool. I'm the keeper of the whole bunch at the moment. Anyone else wants to share it? No. The lead not scarcity attached to it.
All right, okay.
That's what I like. Very good. Hope everyone who's watching is keeping up. Ms. Williams, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, and you've got a red light on, so I think you're live. Yeah, it's mostly for the streaming of it. Thank you. So you've only got one page, so I'll let you read it in full if you would.
Thank you. Good morning. My full name is Lisa Williams. I'm a transport engineer and planner and employed by Harvard Representative. And all my qualifications and experience is briefly to outline the key points in that evidence. The applicant's preferred proposal will provide up to 290 residential dwellings generating 263 trips in the peak hours. The living Z option, if applied to the whole development plan, would result in approximately 320 watts and around 27 additional peak hour trips, and that would not change our proposal. The proposed ODP includes primary road connections to Tricycle Road, Hampton Road, and Birches Road, secondary road connections that provide to Tricycle Road, and the future road connections to the east that being undeveloped land. A shared path connects Birches Road and Hampton Road. And I believe Ms. Longstein has covered the potential for a second one to show the entire road north of south. All proposed roads and frontage roads will be upgraded and constructed to an urban standard, including pedestrian and cycle facilities in accordance with the district plan and the engineer and public safety. There is sufficient capacity within the surrounding existing and planned road network to accommodate anticipated increase in traffic. The site is well located to provide access to the wider strategic road network. There are a variety of destinations within walking and cycling distance of the site. The site provides access to the existing public transport routes in Prebbleton and provides opportunities for any future public transport routes to operate within the area. In terms of areas of agreement or disagreement with other technical experts, following the provision of additional modelling of the intersection of Birches Road and Springs Road, evidence, the revisions for the ODP and narrative as without an evidence. It is my understanding that there is general agreement between myself and Mr. Collins on the airport-related matters. I am aware that Mr. Collins recommended a variety of safety improvements for Tricycle Road be included within the ODP narrative. Whilst there is no disagreement that the safety review and necessary improvements should occur, I agree with the position of Mr. Cleese, which concludes that these aspects of this undertaken at subdivision stage. I consider this will allow for more detailed review of safety and better integration of the recommended improvements and the upgrades proposed. None of the submitters provided evidence from the technical support experts. However, Mr. Langman raised his concern as documented. My position on cumulative effects is outlined in paragraph 38 of the evidence, and I agree with Mr. Collins that the planning and coordination of the road network improvements to accommodate this cumulative growth is a necessary and regional level, not a part of this plan. In conclusion, noting the above, there are no changes to the conclusions that I've reached from my evidence.
Thank you very much. You the appropriate person to ask a bit more about the Prebbleton.
You can ask.
There's plenty of discussion. I know where it is. It runs down Churches Road. And it's called the Little River Trail. I don't know quite where it starts and finishes in terms of the overall concept, whether it is entirely recreational or whether it has any other transport value, cycling.
Yeah, I think that. So it connects Christchurch through Prebbleton, the Lincoln, and the out towards Montreal, and it provides part of the wider rail trail network. In terms of whether it provides other value, I think sections of it certainly do. I'm aware, particularly in Lincoln, where there's a lot of school children who use this section. So there is an element of use for local cycling as well, if you like, to the destinations nearby, as well as the recreational.
I'm conscious that we've got two centres within Christchurch that, my understanding, are reasonable employment centres, of course, so importantly, one of those is KAC, but I don't think both of them are. Forley definitely is. I'm sure about Forley for someone could be right potentially on that, but all's well. I think somewhere in the other, it's only a sort of 2 kilometre like distance from central Prebbleton, probably rather than the site. I think was bigger somewhere, which seemed to me like a very good accessibility for cycling to work type. If that, I don't know if there's nothing emerged from the evidence about kind of journey to work data, who lives in Prebbleton, who's working where, and I might be asking the other people if they can help us on that, but generally stack stuff on that New Zealand 300 come my experience, which is a shame. Should be transport house, I think. But you know, would you have any comment, if you like, on from a transport planning point of view, on the merits of this location from an accessibility and indeed from an emissions point of view in terms of how it stacks up?
Yes, I might have something of a context to you in paragraph 49 of the transport assessment.
Oh, yes.
I did look at the wider road network and the census data, albeit it was from 2013, that's what was available.
Yes.
But it did look at where people are travelling to and applied that sort of fortunate volume. You've got sort of Sprint in Lincoln direction, you've got Williston, Melbourne, Philly, and Yonkers and Forley.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I haven't broken that down by other directions within Christchurch. I can see those geometrically. I think that probably gives you a little bit of an idea in terms of those key directions that people are travelling at that time, at least.
I certainly look back at that, but what did you learn from that?
So basically, there's a reasonable pool of people travelling in Lincoln direction, about 6.5%. So you may get some people who are keen cyclists moving through to Lincoln. I know there was occasional high school age student that was actually cycling that distance from the work that I've done with some of the schools in Lincoln.
Right.
So it's obviously not an unreasonable distance to travel. There's a reasonable proportion, I think it's about 19% travelling through to Yonkers and Kennedy. So there is obviously some connection between people choosing to live perhaps in Prebbleton and then commuting to the closer parts of Christchurch than the centre of town. I could see if I can find anything for Horsewall that we can cover in the run of 5 years to next week.
Yes, I am actually quite interested in, if you like, the transport efficiency of the
certainly, I think this is myself, in two homes, is correct, they can do that quite an easy distance. Cool. Any other person?
If I could add something, it's 7 kilometres from my place to the horses. And 7 kilometres from our place to Prebbleton to London. Very good. Equal distance.
I mean, I would consider Stephen still a reasonable factor.
Yeah. Okay, the only other area is public transport, which Mr. Langman, I think, had a bit to say about. Is there anything you wanted to respond to there?
Not directly, I think it's something that needs to be addressed at a much wider level. Certainly there's a relationship between population demand and ability to fund certain groups, and there should be some relationship in increased population base and increased patronage. But beyond that, I don't think there's information on that.
So the route, as I recall, the route is, I think, to Christchurch. Do you know what sort of route it takes into Christchurch from Prebbleton?
No one's talking about
It's probably LTI. Look, it's a long time since I looked at the original submitted document, so I could easily go back to that if it is.
Question on the bus route from Prebbleton to Christchurch.
Yes.
Okay, it goes down Springs, it comes from Lincoln, it comes down Bridges Road, goes on to Springs Road, has a Y intersection. It then travels down Springs Road, goes around the Sutton roundabout, down Glen Road, and then turns across to travel across Hinswell and Elizabeth down into Victon Road, travels down Victon Road,
Yes.
Chilton Street, that's it.
Yes. Got that? You might not. Not quite, but the expertise has got that. Okay. The only other question is whether I mean, you could, as you have said in your evidence, you can always increase the frequency of public transport demand goes up. But is the surface well patronised now? Do we know? Yeah. All right, that's very good. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Now, we
We are, I can make arrangements for witnesses to come in earlier if you'd like to take lunch now.
I think that would probably be the way to go. Let's take a break now. And
I just push everybody forward half an hour.
yes,
It's their arrival.
if that's achievable,
I shall do my best.
if not, yes, no, we don't really want to have that long break. So if we lunch availability is people is
Pretty much the same as morning tea. If you're after a supermarket bakery, I would recommend it that it's half down over the road route that you will, but that's just personal preference.
This morning, we have to send our residents, don't we? Thank you. You can take your mask off while you're talking. That's fine. I allow because I'm engaging with you, not on, putting mine on. Again, I'm very clear now. So, let us have us hear the summary of evidence.
I do.
Which you could read that loud. We're up and running on screen. Thank you. Off you go. Over to you.
Introduction, my full name is Gary Russell Sellers. I'm a Director of Valuation and Consultancy at Quality Valuation. I'm a registered valuer and specialise in commercial, industrial and land development valuation and consultancy within the CBD and suburban locations of Christchurch and the major metropolitan areas in the South Island. My experience and qualifications are set out in full in my statement of evidence dated 14 January 2022, sorry. Key points outlined in my evidence. My evidence addresses the current supply of residential sections in Prebbleton and quantifies the current imbalance of supply and demand, which has resulted in recent significant price escalation. In relation to the Prebbleton land market, the residential development in Prebbleton comprises a mix of large lot sizes with large residential dwelling floor areas and more recently developed conventional medium lot sizes. There are 1,730 titled lots in Prebbleton, with the most prevalent size being between 600 and 1,249 square metres, or 74.3% of the market. In comparison, Rolleston has a higher proportion of small lots. Section sizes of between 200 and 599 square metres account for 32.2% of the Rolleston market, compared to Prebbleton in comparison at 9.9%. In the mid to large lot range of 600 to 1,249 square metres, Prebbleton has a higher proportion at 74.3% of the market, compared to Rolleston at 58.4%. Prebbleton also has a higher proportion of large lots over 1,250 square metres compared to Rolleston. The lower urban density in Prebbleton provides the market with a point of difference. The volume of vacant residential section sales in Prebbleton has fluctuated over the last 10 years, with a low in 2011 of 124, rising to a peak in 2014 of 149, which resulted from demand from relocated red zone owners in Christchurch following the earthquakes. Section sales volume steadily decreased after 2014, reducing to 116 section sales in 2015 and 79 in 2016. There was a sharp decline in volume in 2017, and then since 2018, the average number of section sales has fluctuated between 62 and 66. There was a sharp increase in 2021 to 84 for part of the year. However, the increase would have been significantly higher had supply been available. Had greater supply been available. Volume of sales is a reflection of supply and demand. If demand is constrained, then this will affect the volume. I'm of the opinion that once all sales are recorded for 2021, then the number of sales will likely be in excess of 100. Supply has been severely constrained in 2021, with virtually no sections available for sale. Therefore, had there been a steady supply of sections available, then the number of sales would, in my opinion, have approached the high in 2012 of 172 sales. New building consents in Prebbleton have generally followed an irregular trend line compared to the number of sales. The lag in building consents in the period from 2011 to 2012 usually resulted from relocated red zone owners purchasing sections and then delaying construction while settling insurance claims. This explains why building consents outstripped section sales in the following year of 2013. And then a graph on the top of page 3 outlines the two trend lines. I don't know if you've got a colour copy or not. The The average residential section sale price in Prebbleton has followed a relatively regular upward trend from 2011 until 2020, although there were fluctuations depending on the bottom of each land size category. For example, in the period from 2017 to 2018, there was a higher proportion of large lots sold, which lifted the average sale price in 2016 from 294,125 to 358,255 in 2017 and 319,262 in 2018. And then the average dropped back to between $275,434 and $283,700 in the period from 2019 to 2020. There has been exponential growth well in excess of 100% during the last 12 months. The following table provides an analysis of the average vacant residential section sale price in Prebbleton, together with the average associated land area for the period from 2011 until 2021. Table outlines the same information is shown in the following graph, which illustrates the average sale price trend line for Prebbleton. There is market evidence that the shortage of available residential sections in Prebbleton, Lincoln and Rolleston, coupled with the increased prices, is resulting in buyers looking further afield where there is both availability and cheaper section prices in the likes of Darfield, Kirwee and Leeston. Price escalation. I've completed price escalation analysis on 3 recent sales. The following table is a comparison summary of these 3 transactions, utilizing equivalent land sales in 2020 of similar size. The first sale is 5 Morris James Way, which is in Prebbleton subdivision. An 868 square metre section sold in August 2020 for $289,000. And then the recent sale of 600 Trench Road in December 2021, 853 square metres at $575,000, which produces a 99% price differential. The second sale is 5 Morris James Way, again in Prebbleton. The earlier sale, August 2020, 868 square metres at $289,000, and the latest sale, Block 2 at 36 Blakes Road, sold in November 2021 for $580,000. That's an increase of 101%. And the third price analysis is 9 Edward Boulevard. That's the earlier sale again in Prebbleton, sold in November 2020 for $295,000, and an equivalent sale at Block 8, 36 Blakes Road, October 2021. That sold 905 square metres, sold for $590. That was an increase of 100%. The above sale price escalation analysis indicates that during the last 12 months there has been exceptional price escalation on at or around 100%. These levels of price escalation are extreme even in a buoyant market and provide a clear indication of a constrained supply. A similar trend has occurred in the improved residential sale prices in Prebbleton, although the level of escalation that has occurred is nothing like that which has occurred in the vacant section market. Prebbleton land supply. The supply of vacant residential land has failed to keep pace with the ongoing level of demand. In the Prebbleton market, there are virtually no vacant sections available for purchase. Recent small releases of sections have resulted in significant price escalation. My evidence categorises the residential market for vacant sections in Prebbleton under the following headings. A, developed, so it's land that's already been developed. B is land that's under development currently. C are the land subject to plan changes. And D is the undeveloped piecemeal land, land that is zoned, that is located amongst houses around the township. In my evidence, I provided an overall summary. So just summarising the table, what I term short-term, overall summary short-term, developed, there are just 3 sections available for sale. Under development, there are none. So in the total short-term category, there's only 3 sections. And the overall summary here, which I term medium term, plan change potential for 1,540 sections and the zone potential piecemeal potential for 44 sections. So a total of 1,584 sections potential. Currently, there are only 3 sections available for sale in Prebbleton. The current market is at a situation where developers are selling their entire stock in the space of hours prior to commencing development. There is currently insatiable demand for residential sections throughout Greater Christchurch. The situation is desperate in Prebbleton, where there are only 3 sections available and no further sections are planned in the short term until plan changes occur. Areas of disagreement with other technical experts. In the section 42A report, the author at paragraph 169 referred to the memorandum headed Growth Planning in Selwyn District prepared by Mr. Beard, dated 1 October 2021. Reference is made to how further capacity will be developed to meet a projected demand, as well as why most of the proposed distribution of growth capacity is focused on Rolleston. This view assumes that markets for quite different locations and housing typologies are interchangeable. Rolleston has evolved to become a significant township where the urban density is higher than in Prebbleton and Lincoln, and land and improved housing prices are more affordable. One of the attractions of Rolleston has been the historically low residential property prices compared to Christchurch. The townships of Prebbleton and Lincoln are quite different to Rolleston in terms of urban density, rural location, setting and property prices. In my opinion, purchasers of residential property in these 2 townships would be unlikely to consider Rolleston as an alternative. Therefore, I do not consider the locations and housing typologies are interchangeable between Prebbleton, Lincoln and Rolleston. Under conclusion, Prebbleton is a small township located 11.4 kilometres southwest of the Christchurch CBD core and adjoining the southwestern boundary of metropolitan Christchurch in close proximity to Woodville and Hornby. The township experienced significant growth following the Canterbury earthquakes and is provided with a normal range of services and amenities. Since 2012, there is evidence of consistently high demand for sections in Prebbleton. This demand has spiked since 2019. Currently, there are only 3 residential sections in Prebbleton for sale, with the only future supply potentially available via plan changes identified earlier. It is difficult to quantify what level of supply is required in order for a normal rational market to exist. However, from my experience, it is preferable that there is an oversupply of appropriately zoned land at all times so that the market can determine when and if it is developed into sections intended to high demand. In addition, in my experience, for a land market to function properly, it is necessary that it is competitive. That is, the greater the number of suppliers in the market, the more likely the purchasers of sections will benefit. The current land market in Prebbleton exhibits a dysfunctional market where there is virtually no current supply or choice, with uncompetitive market practices being adopted by developers and extreme price escalation. The only solution to this situation is an immediate increase in supply. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning that.
Thank you very much indeed. So, all the land zone for development is fully developed.
No, it's not. This is a piecemeal section of referred to where there might be a house on a large block. We've identified the potential there to subdivide further land.
I was going to ask you a bit more about that piecemeal.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's an infill potential, which does relate to the medium density legislation change. It more relates to the existing provisions, standards, rules.
Oh, the major zone, yes. So it's essentially doing a large holdings. There might be a house on a large block. There might be a small rural holding there that's currently zoned.
So the prevailed area is complete.
Yes.
As in section.
Yes, it's currently under development. The last stages are under development, but it is complete in terms of sell down. All sections have been sold in there. They're still working through the development of those sections before time, but they've all been sold pre-time. Yes.
And that's in the proposed plan, that's one of 2 development areas in the proposed.
The Prebbleton.
I think there's from memory, there's 3 identified. There's the 3 identified urban growth overlay areas in Prebbleton. One is the subject of this bench. Another is the subject of plan change 68. And then there's another at the northern boundary of Prebbleton, which is subject to a proposed family zoning submission, but not a plan change.
So this is something different to the urban growth overlay.
No, the urban growth overlay is a proposed plan, 3 remaining of the rural residential sites. They're just preferred rural residential sites in the council's, rural residential strategy. And so they've been put in as urban growth overlays. This plan change is one of them as well.
The only thing that I have printed, but from the proposed plan for this hearing, is the 2 development areas. Prebbleton 1 development area, which is between Ashford Avenue and Prebbleton Domain. And so they've got ODPs.
Yes. Yeah, they're already done.
They're probably carried forward, I suspect.
Yes.
So the council have carried forward from the opposite plan. Then the Prebbleton 2 development area, which I think is the area that we're talking about as Prevail.
Yes.
Which is the possible road going down to Station Masters Way.
Yeah.
And that's where that address that you quoted on your Morris James Way is located. So my understanding is these are all gone, and that's what you're saying. There's nothing left. Yes, there's some urban growth overlays, but they are not yet in a position to develop because I don't know what. I'll come to that some other time. What they are. Clayton's. Most of these now actually Mr. Jones talked about sections being sold by ballot, and I'm going to ask him about that separately. But for the price escalation, has that been achieved by using auction method or
by a mix of sales? Yes. So what we have seen in all of the townships is a move where there's developers are releasing smaller blocks sections, and with either an intended situation of, so essentially in the market compete for a few sections there, which hasn't helped the escalation situation. Well, it's helped it from a developer's point of view, but not from a purchaser's point of view.
And how do you see the expected increase in interest rates?
That is going to have some impact, absolutely. But when and how much is up for debate in terms of the market. You would expect a cooling off in the market across all sectors. But it's not going to, I don't think it's not going to turn the tap right off, depending on how high they go.
So the cost of a house might come down, but the cost of housing might stay the same.
Well, certainly one would think that the level of escalation we've seen with sections and also not quite to the same extent of houses, that level of escalation will slow, if not flatten off.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that rising interest rates, rising building costs, not going to help. No.
You quoted in paragraph 21 this report, growth planning and zoning district. Is that a report prepared for the proposed district plan period, or is that something else?
Sorry.
In your paragraph 21.
Section 42A report.
Oh, it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the section 42A report referred to the memorandum.
Oh, I know, we've got that. It's been there. Sorry, I didn't recognise the name. We have that as part of the council documentation. I've read twice. And I think. Well, thank you. And just to round off, given the larger number of, or the high proportion of larger sections, you might say, well, that would make the medium density changes that have got to be put in place at some stage, enabling resource consent free development of medium density might be, there might be, if you like, in Prebbleton, a significant potential for that. But on the other hand, I think what you're saying is no, that's not really what the Prebbleton market is seeking. Okay, I'll save my other questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is very helpful. Thank you very much. Come forward. Thank you. Yep, you can relax on us for a minute.
I think I've provided.
You have?
Yes, good.
I have. Yes, thank you. So we have a summary of evidence, Mr. Jones. Let me turn to your main evidence. Right, if you will read your summary, that would be good. Thank you.
My full name is Christopher Francis Jones. I'm here at the evidence file with the Commissioner on Real Estate dated 14th January 2022. I have extensive experience in both the Prebbleton housing market and the wider Christchurch market. Key points outlined in the evidence. My evidence addressed the housing market in Prebbleton, including the high levels of demand that presently exist and the lack of supply coming to the market. My evidence outlines some of the dynamics in relation to demand within the Prebbleton housing market. Historically, Prebbleton has served a slightly different market than what was proposed by Plan Change 72. One of the key attractions of the Prebbleton market was the low density rural environment of the townships, where there were very few two-level residential dwellings, most of the housing stock being in the 800 to 900 square metre range. In more recent times, the feedback I've received from prospective purchasers is that the opportunity to secure a section in a desirable location is of a higher priority than the size of the section itself. While larger sites will sell, the demand for the section size bracket has been outstripped by demand for smaller sections. Generally, those moving to Prebbleton are second or third generation homeowners, often at the family stage requiring space for children, and another common clientele are those at the retirement end of the spectrum. First home buyers are not as common. Prebbleton has a large range of community facilities and development that are in train that make sections very big. There have been extreme levels of price escalation, and as Mr. Sellers demonstrates, in the vicinity up to 100% over the last 12 months or so. As prices have increased over recent years, I observed a trend of purchasers moving further away from central Christchurch to find affordable sections. Often a primary objective is to secure a standalone home as opposed to a townhouse. In the past, this meant moving to townships such as Prebbleton, Boston, and Lincoln. However, as housing supply in these townships has become exhausted, many purchasers have settled further afield in areas such as Leeston, Darfield, or even Mackay. We're now seeing a large increase in demand in these areas. My evidence outlines some of the dynamics in relation to supply within the Prebbleton housing market, and at last check on trade me, which is a relative barometer of the market, there were 17 properties for sale in total, of which 2 were sections. The other 15 being either houses or land house factories. From my experience, people are far more likely to pay increased prices where there is a lack of available zoned land. Where there is zone land, people are less likely to purchase sections and houses at inflated prices. There is at least some certainty to purchase that sections will become available in the future. I've also read the evidence that Mr. Sellers will provide detail on the available sections in the broader sell and context as well. These findings are particularly concerning as they demonstrate a lack of supply throughout 4 main townships within South, being Prebbleton, Lincoln, Rollins, and Westmount. This is consistent with my observations of the market. There is complete lack of supply.
Thank you very much. You've got some sort of numbers on supply. In terms of people moving further away, displaced, if you like, from where they'd like to be, do you have any numbers through your sort of, if you like, market interface or company market interface to put around that?
Yeah, just to give you a feel, for example, in the Leaston market, and I've been involved in that market for over 20 years now. There'll be some years in Leaston where there might be 5 or 10 transactions in a year of sections. Through just 2 subdivisions that I'm personally involved in, that I'm selling on behalf of my clients last year, well and truly in excess of 100 sales, with many others selling in other developments. Darfield, we sold down a development of 80 sites there. Again, that might be an 8 or 10 year sell down, the whole lot sold. Over 80, 60 sales there. And to give you a feel on the other side of town, Amberley, again, a market where you might sell 5 to 10 sections per subdivision per year. Over 50 sales between late November and January. So a clear example where people are either choosing to or being required to move further out of town. A, chasing availability, but also B, chasing affordability.
Do you have either a feel or numbers on what proportion of those are incoming to the Christchurch property market? In other words, from outside greater Christchurch?
That's a good question. Less than 50%, but a big number are from out of town. Who are, again, the interesting thing is to get stats on these is going to take time because the sections we're selling at the moment are either not titled or not even consented. In some cases, not even zoned, which may sound ridiculous, subject to zoning. So the true numbers are going to be perhaps 12 months, 2 years away from just seeing how many of these sections have sold. So a lot of valuers, for example, will have no idea in terms of number of sales because they just aren't in the market yet.
But people are putting deposits down or putting to market basically proposed things that aren't even known.
The majority are zoned, but there have been a couple of examples of developers, not through myself, but some developers selling subject to zoning.
Yeah.
Even if we're selling it's zoned.
Yeah.
But I guess the point is that a lot of these sales won't register until such time as title issue.
No, sometime won't. True. So clearly, if they are people within the Christchurch market, then they are freeing up another property, whether it be rental or an owned property. And you're saying that a lot of these are second, third generation homeowners. But that percentage coming inbound is really high.
But of course, you have COVID has made a lot of people move around the country and the world as well. That have decided they want to be back with family, or we're seeing a lot of people who are more fatigued with lockdowns, but more importantly, fatigued with prices and with traffic. So we're busy selling properties to people moving from Auckland. A lot of that connection to Christchurch already, but they may have moved away 20 years ago. It's not necessarily coming in the first time, but we hear it every week. People saying, we just can't afford to buy something in Wellington, we just can't afford to buy something in Auckland. And I think Christchurch has become, in Canberra, it's becoming more and more appealing to the guys in terms of jobs, traffic, and some lots of good modern infrastructure post-earthquake. Outrageous. And lots of people just cannot pay it.
No. The ballot you referred to in your evidence in chief or your principal evidence. So the Vales development was sold via ballot in what?
So they release a number of sites and invite offers, and then how many offers they might get, they'll literally pick a name. That was relatively early on in this market. Very quickly, it's moved to generally deadline sales tender type system where offers are invited by a set date, and that's where we've seen really serious price escalation where we have sometimes dozens of people offering on one site. So earlier on there we saw some balance, and that moved relatively quickly through to deadline sales, so often invited by a set date. Effectively like an auction, like an auction.
And what sort of numbers are we talking about going into a ballot?
So I wasn't first involved for Vales, but we've sold many developments through that area, through Wolfville, where we're seeing over 100 offers for 30 or 40 sites, sometimes 150 plus offers. It's an interesting one. I mean, lots of builders don't want to pay the new prices, but if a builder doesn't buy some land, they don't have a business. So it's been an interesting process.
Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. Section. Design law, I don't have company or whatever, but yeah. I asked Mr. Sellers about interest rates and so on. How do you see that cooling market over the next 12 months?
I think we're certainly going to see, there's headwinds are out there already. I think we've been signalled quite clearly that interest rates will rise this year. That's going to have an effect on the overall market. I would say in the Prebbleton market, for example, we were often getting the second or third generation buyers probably have a less effect because they probably own property for long enough, and at that stage of their lives where they have the equity. I think the first home buyer, we're going to see some challenges this year. But I get asked that question a lot. I think nationally, Canterbury has probably had and has the most room to grow still. I think most people would admit, most economists that Canterbury was undervalued for a long time. So I'm expecting in Selwyn modest growth this year, as opposed to what we've seen. But I don't see this plan change or a lot of these plan changes as a bright down fix either. It's just we just need more land to open up, extra zoning for the future. This is not obviously in the next week or the week after, but it's controlling values through good supply over the years to come.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just for the record, and people watching, I was asked some days ago whether vinegar non-contaminated land needed to be present.
Yes.
And I said he didn't. I didn't have any questions. Just thinking of people who might be watching, saying that's vinegar. So that's all fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a better name. He brings quite now,
wanted to run any questions. There's something that's controversial this morning that you're not saying no.
Yes, I don't think there's anything dramatic
No.
here that's evolved.
No, I don't think
We're
so.
not getting people to talk a little bit about stormwater in the ground. But that was one area we developed a bit of understanding. Probably that comes from my lack of understanding, but
And I think you had some questions with respect to the park and the whole session. I'd like to answer those for you.
yes, I do.
I shall leave. It's part of the report. I've got a copy of the application for which does. I'll make that available.
Okay, if you'd like to read your summary, then you'll take it from there. Thank you very much. And as close to you as you can.
Is that all right?
No.
For the YouTubers, just in case. All right, my full name is Nicole Lowenstein. I have the qualification and experience set out in my main evidence. My key points I find in the evidence next are an urban form and well-functioning urban environments. With the introduction of the new Burgess Road Park to the south of Hamptons Road, the urban boundary of Prebbleton has shifted to Hamptons Road. The new park will contribute to a more discernible and defensible boundary in the form of a green edge to the south, providing a physical and visual buffer to the rural land. As a result, the site has become an infill site versus an edge of town site. For the new Burgess Road Park to be successful, and a successful community facility, it needs to be well integrated and linked to the urban fabric of Prebbleton. It is therefore paramount that the Plan 22 site develop as a residential environment and urban density of a minimum of 20 households per hectare to ensure good connectivity between the township and the new park and the shore with the appropriate urban zoning standards. A lower density residential zoning can retain more rural characteristics, but will not provide the necessary connectivity that is essential for well-functioning urban environments. Roading layouts of rural residential environments often have dead-end roads leading to private properties, tend to have a lesser standard related to street lighting and provision of footpaths and cycleways. But most importantly, the larger zoning setbacks and rural-style landscaping, for example, fuller hedges, do not provide adequate passive surveillance of the important north-south link to the Burgess Road Park. An urban residential environment with a minimum of 12 households per hectare density provides a more appropriate street character and overall amenity and allows for good passive surveillance over the street. This level of density is still considered moderately low and strikes the right balance between the surrounding developed areas to the north and west and the general need for consolidation and efficient use of development land. Next is internal amenity and connectivity. Development of the site to an urban density will ensure it interlinks well with the neighbouring environment and provides high residential amenity and connectivity within the site and to neighbouring environments, and this is achieved by the provision of a direct north-south primary road connection, provisions of a direct east-west primary road from Burgess Road to possible future development to the east, provision of a mix of residential densities, including pockets of medium density integrated within the site, in close proximity to high amenity open space and key movement corridors. Provision of pedestrian and cycle lanes within and through the ODP area to connect to adjoining urban areas and the new reserve. Provision of a variety of open space environments, including the stormwater management areas and a small green pocket park to break up the built form and create a high amenity. With regards to visual amenity and edge treatment, Plan 72 will alter the character and land use of the site with a shift from a more open and agriculturally focused to a more concentrated high amenity residential character. This brings with it changes in outlook for neighbouring properties. The most affected party is the rural dwelling to the southeast, as to Hamptons Road, I think referred to as the Drinnan's project, with less than minor effects remaining following the successful implementation of the proposed mitigation measures. The effects on the residents of Burgess Road are considered to be less than minor without mitigation due to the fact that the existing
existing dwellings are either well set back from the road boundary and or already have well established visual screening through dense pine vegetation on their properties. And in addition, obviously, there's a road in between as well. The effects on most Trice's road residents are considered to be less than minor due to the well-established visual screening through dense pine vegetation, which also depends along their road boundary. The effects on those residents in Trice's road that currently experience use of the land change site and minor judgment on that. Now, to section 42A report. All recommendations made in the section 42A report related to urban signs have been addressed in the revised ODP narrative, namely extension of the zoning of the living centre limit of houses connected across the entire site, inclusion of the rural lots south of Clinton Road, Driven Lake, and that is God allows. So that I can address it. Internal and external connectivity. And that is through a continuous east-west road connecting to the site, south before. An additional continuous north-south road connection, which we have addressed, and I can add more detail to that if you'd like me to do so. And also improved cycle and pedestrian network. Other methods are medium density locations, bank improvement to the eastern boundary, clarification regarding water project upgrades, and the integration of the rail trail and road road function. So, areas of agreement and disagreement with other technical experts. I've taken the opportunity to catch up with these instances and discuss the revised ODP, the revised ODP narrative, and the indicative layout. We agreed that the revised ODP has incorporated all the required changes successfully. The only deviation from Mr. Nicholson's original recommendation is the lack of a secondary direct vehicular north-south connection to the site along the eastern edge. We came to the agreement that a direct pedestrian cycle link is sufficient to provide good connectivity in this eastern part of the site. Currently, this pedestrian cycle connection partially relies on the finer grain local road network, which is not normally shown at ODP level. To provide more certainty, we both agreed that the full pedestrian cycle link should be identified on the ODP. That's my appendix 1 to the summary, which is the last sheet of the summary evidence. And if I can just refer you to that, you will see with a little pull-out text where I have indicated where that pedestrian cycling connection would then create continuous north-south connectivity for pedestrian cyclists. It will be a mixture of relying on local roads going through the stormwater reserve, and then if the Brennan Lane was included, that would be a logical conclusion to pull that through all the way to the reserve. So I just want to show how that would be finding its way into the ODP. So if you could say that. All right. Back to where we were. 14. Yes. No, 13. We also agreed that should the Driven Land be included into ODP area, this pedestrian cycling should be extended to connect to the Burgess Road Park to the south. During our discussion, we established that there are no areas of disagreement, but that some areas may require further clarification and or further attention at detailed design stage, and this has been guided by the ODP narrative. In particular, the integration of the rail trail to ensure a continuous two-way cycle path should be resolved. The inclusion of the Driven Land would in principle be a logical step from an urban design perspective, but will depend on the support of detailed technical information from the Geotech Council. An alternative solution would be to extend the Burgess Road path across this land to meet Hinton's Road, because either option would achieve a direct connection between the urban and preserved environments and remove this leftover rural pocket. So the importance here is on a direct connection between an urban residential development and the park, because it has a good advantages with that surveillance and activating the advantages of that area. The section 42A report, urban design report by Nicholson, as well as several submissions, raised the question about the appropriate development density for the site within this project. Several views are expressed from a 15 households per hectare density at the upper end requested by Council and Ken, to a 2 households per hectare at the lower end requested by several local submitters. This widespread of density is a reflection of the different viewpoints and positions. Both Mr. Nicholson and I agree that within the context of Prebbleton, a 12 households per hectare across the entire RDP area is the most appropriate development density for the site. While the evidence of Mr. Lehman is planning evidence, and I'm not a planner, he does make comments that are directly related to density and housing typology. And with regards to density, and my evidence addresses the question of the appropriate density, and I conclude that 12 houses per hectare is appropriate for the site. Mr. Lehman maintains the position that 15 households per hectare is the appropriate density. In doing so, he refers to the technical report being for density analysis for the Rapid Russian Partnership from 2020. However, Mr. Lehman acknowledges that whether 15 households per hectare is the appropriate density is to be considered on a case-by-case basis, being that it's exactly the exercise I've undertaken to determine what density would be appropriate. And for this particular site, 15 households per hectare would just be a step too far. Housing typologies. Mr. Lehman also states that before Plan Change 72 warrants approval, it will need to propose typologies and tenures that can meaningfully set it apart from other developments currently being advanced within the POV to the project infrastructure boundaries. While I have not directly assessed the proposal against other developments being advanced within those boundaries, I have traversed the appropriate typologies for the site and how they fit the different context. And I would iterate that the ODP and Living Z zoning provide flexibility to provide various housing typologies. I maintain my position that the proposal will create further potential environment consistent with the character of Prebbleton and the range of housing type, sizes and densities that respond to demographic changes and social and economic needs of the district. In conclusion, the introduction of the new Burgess Road Park has changed the context for the site. It has now become a highly suitable location for Prebbleton to grow into, to close the gap between the township and the new urban boundary created by the park. Plan 72 will create a vital and active link between the Prebbleton Township and the new recreational reserve. The proposed ODP, including all revisions, provides a highly permeable and well-connected environment, creates new linkages to the potential future development to the east and south, and responds to all available connections to the north and west. It allows for the integration of existing larger dwellings and the integration of medium density areas, providing variety and choice. An urban residential environment with a minimum 12 households per hectare density provides the appropriate street character and overall amenity and allows for good passive surveillance over the street without introducing a density or building typology that is part of the character for the existing environment.
Thank you very much. Conversate through all the big issues of urban design.
That can create issues with connectivity, but they can also provide very good environments, like play streets, very safe environments. So I wouldn't say they're always an issue. I think they're very long, and there's no real good reason for them, but just preventing or trying not to have a road and leave one more section. And if that's the purpose of them, the sole purpose of them, then they can create issues.
The ODP does establish where the connectivity should be achieved, irrespective of roads, and the indicative layout provides for at least pedestrian and cyclist connectivity where there are cul-de-sacs. Really understood on that anyway. I don't know. So,
they're very desirable places to actually
I absolutely love them. They feel that's their technical space, and irrespective of connectivity, but yeah. Okay.
well designed and with exit points for pedestrian cycling. I think they're actually they're a good part of the things that we have in our design.
the rail trail, the sort of discussion is around the rail trail shifting through the development rather than going down the Birches Road side. Tell me about the merits of that.
I'm very familiar with the rail trail. I used to cycle along Burgess Road to Lincoln every day to teach at Lincoln University. So it is a very good cycleway to use. Whether it goes Burgess Road or through the development really comes down to the legibility of it. The difficulty of a rail trail has been more than just a cycleway, a normal cycleway, is that it goes two ways on the same side. So it doesn't split to one side and the other side of the road. It's equal part of each other. So it's a slightly different type of trail. And it's important that it always remains legible because people will use it that are not commuters, that are using it for recreational purposes, going all the way to the river, for example. So if that legibility is clear, then taking it off Burgess Road and through development, I don't think I can be any concern from a user's point of view. It has to obviously have all the other parts and regions of designing visibility displays, extra driveways, all these things are technical things. They can all be resolved. It's really a matter of whether they're, and putting it into the reserve obviously is critical as well. And it comes down to what is a logical route to take, and that is probably beyond my expertise. I'm not a traffic designer.
I was asking about it a little bit earlier, bit more of an understanding, but my experience of rail trails are generally not a sealed surface, they're a gravel surface. It's intended to be a sort of rural experience rather than necessarily an urban experience. So is this largely an unsealed, gravelly sort of?
This stretch of the rail trail from Prebbleton to Lincoln is a fully sealed part. Yep, fully sealed. And completely separate. It just runs along Springs Road. And when we come from Lincoln and go towards Prebbleton, it basically just dissipates when it hits Trice Road, and there's sort of blocks for where to go next. Because it's there, you're then going onto the road and going like this onto the road until you find. That's why I say legibility is a critical part. Rail trails, if you look at other cycle trails throughout the country, which are, used as they are often gravel roads because they come from rail service roads. However, as soon as they hit cities, townships, villages, they tend to actually be more formalized to make it safer and also more durable. And because they are also then doubling up as normal pedestrian bike pathways within that township. So they have a bit of a dual function and come close to them.
Thank you, that's helpful. Extending Burgess Road Park across the Drimmins land in order to provide a park, I suppose park frontage on Afton's Road and opposite the development. I can see why that would be attractive for the development.
Sorry, so extending Burgess Road.
Sorry, extending Burgess Road Park.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I may have forgotten the word there. Now, that's the first time that's been thrown up, I think, to my knowledge. Has that been explored with any other parties?
It hasn't, not to my knowledge. I know that very, very early on, I can't put a date on it. Before, I think the entire park acquisition was done by the South Western Council, that there were investigations as to how far the park extends. And I'm just saying that the importance here is to connect park and urban environments. That is the important aspect here, whether that means the reserve stretches to Hampton Road all the way, or the urban environment stretches down to where the park boundary is now. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. And whether there have been discussions that I wasn't part of it, so
So, there is some evidence that's explained, including from the council, the sort of elements that have gone into this park, and with access to parking from Birch's Road, but it hasn't really given me a feel of the spatial layout of what's proposed. Can you help me with that?
I can, to the extent that I rely on the information that has been provided and which is publicly available as to what the park is going to be looking like. And I can help you with
Can I
that.
miss anything in the original document?
It's in the application material at appendix 3.
Got it. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. That's fine. Yeah. And, so just tell me a little bit about what that tells us.
Would you like to have this as a visual aid from the eye?
Yeah, why don't we? So we can think about it now rather than. Good, thank you.
I'll do this now from memory because I don't have it in front of me. That's all right. I have it. You'll see that the parking is right alongside, like a semi-crescent shape along the road, and it pulls the rail trail into the park and through, sitting between the parking and the rest of the park. And then you see the drain running through, and the northern part of it is going through, and it's quite a strong demarcation within there as well. And then you see several circles, lighter green circles, which are larger reserve recreational areas, whatever they are named at this point. And around the drain, as far as I understand, it's quite a deep drain, or it gets deeper as it actually goes through the reserve. So there is quite a bit of opportunity to create a naturalisation of this waterway, which will most likely include recreational walking tracks, landscape areas, and so forth, could even be educational purposes, things like that. So that is the big rough structure of the park as far as I understand it. I'm not 100% clear how much of the surrounding vegetation the hedges will remain, whether that will be all very visible or not from the convergence in Huntington's Road. I'm not familiar with the landscape approach there. I think it has both advantages, whether it's closed in, sheltered from the wind, or whether it's open with open view in the park. When it comes to the pocket of rural, which is the quarter of the German's land, you see that creates an island which would make it inaccessible to come from that end of that eastern end of Hampton's Road. Access to the park would be, you have to go down Hampton's Road before you can enter Richmond. When you look at the first or the mid-Hampton's road there, that's where the entry point could be located into the park, which is as close as possible to the north-south connection through the development. So the development has been designed with all of that in mind. We're aware of that particular draft layout at the time. And that is pretty much all I know from now about this, and I don't know where there have been revisions to this particular plan or what the final version looks like.
Council will be able to comment on how they see those entry points fitting themselves.
I do recall there being a off-the-record sort of thinking about the location of a more probably second entry point of Hampton's Road for traffic off Birch's Road first, and then into a car parking environment. But I don't know where that discussion went, or whether it even was further discussed. It was at some point when we talked about the traffic connectivity in the bigger picture, was brought up, or whether we want to have a concept of the traffic. I do believe that in the end, traffic engineers resolved something in there that they didn't require that place to be.
Just crosses my mind, and this isn't a proposal or anything, but receiving some evidence from the Ministry that connects us more and more, and the Brennan land is about the size of a primary school site. And that would provide a reasonably interesting interface with the park.
Very big choice. Victoria. Schools next to green spaces, but they would, I mean, oh, sorry, I'll take that. They're not going to Victoria Day. Schools next to open spaces, obviously, and next to reserves is a very good location. However, there's more to that. Schools will need to be, within a catchment area, and I think there's a little bit more that needs to be done to find out the best location for a school as such, but it might.
And sometimes parks aren't always good interface. I once was employed by the Ministry of Education for Wellington's Girls College to look at the management of their interface with the town belt at Victoria. I called it further at what one was trying to manage.
There are concerns about some reserves can create dark spots like that, and that would be for any school or any educational environment like that. Again, through design, these matters can be addressed. They cannot be completely removed, but they can be addressed.
I'll give that back to you in a second. That's very helpful. Right, what else? I think you're largely in agreement. You've helped us with the north-south link. So this basically represents a current state of play, ODP, would you say?
It does.
Yes.
Is that the attachment to the?
That's your appendix 1 to your summary, which includes and is within the file. So I will be looking for comment on the sort of connections to the park issue when it comes to that. If we agree, I mean, the position at the moment is there is a legal opinion in favour of the scope argument, which is always a slightly tricky one. But okay. Can I just take a second to just flip through your evidence in chief, in case there's something I don't think there is. High amenity streetscapes.
Can you fill in the paragraph?
Okay, paragraph 19. So it's early on, paragraph 19, paragraph 19. The land use area will shift from semi-open to however through a combination of mitigation measures. Now, we talk about high amenity streetscapes. Do we have a kind of road cross-section or any design thinking around that, or is it just, or is there already material within the plan or council standards?
There are the council standards obviously provide good guidance on the urban design standards for roading. They will provide good guidance. In addition to that, the development of things like street trees, surfacing of cycling pedestrian pathways. Then there are part of the amenity obviously is also which is harder to control at this level, ODP level, but it goes through fencing rules, for example, visibility overlooking the street. It comes down to the architecture. The architecture has quite an impact on the streets. The edges are there, the walls of the room ultimately they're creating. So there are things that we can control and the things that we can't control. But amenity is not just those designing things. Amenity also comes down to overarching future, taking in landscape features. For example, not fighting the land, on the roads following natural contours within the land, so that it feels like they're naturally flowing through it. It's the legibility of the wider context. The views to the Port Hills also add to the street amenity. There's actually a view and it's being pointed to that view. And the ability to orientate yourself within the wider context where you are. Those are things that you of course take into consideration with this so that so that adds to the amenity of the street and the environment that we're creating. In a similar sense, also the legibility of the connectivity, which the streetscape is part of. So when I actually look down the street and I see at the end trees as a green space, I know that it's leading towards that green space. If I go into a cul-de-sac and I can see there's an exit point to that cul-de-sac, it doesn't happen between two little fences, but it's actually introduced and it's visible from a further distance. All these things are part of adding to the amenity. I know amenity is a very pliable word, sadly, it's probably overused in architecture, but with this particular layout, the legible connectivity throughout, the leading the roads towards the open spaces, and using the stormwater area to open up view shafts from the road across the stormwater area to the court fields. All that is part of parcel on top of the rules and the standards that we have to adhere to annually.
There are cross-reference diagrams at appendix 19 of the application material. If you flip through that under that you have there, they were introduced. 19, I think so. Thank you. Okay. But you might not have that. You go.
Yeah, so this is probably why. Oh, yeah, okay, that's helpful. You would, I have noticed that your point of ethic about the alignment of roads is a sort of gently curving type of approach. My experience, I find a lot of urban designers want to follow a strict grid.
There are
nature for what they call permeability reasons.
I think there are different types of development for different reasons, different purposes. A grid-like structure is highly efficient and will work very well in very flat land with very little contouring within the land, with very few natural features. And I'll take an example, Christchurch, which is a grid, and then it hits the river, and then you're running into problems.
Yes.
And then we put a diagonal in to get some main directions and break the grid up. So there are, but within the area of the city centre, the grid works really, really well. So there are reasons for those plans to actually work. Within this particular environment, before you put a grid on the land, it's really important to actually understand the layout of the land. Because that land has a natural drainage pattern, and developing against a natural drainage pattern creates, in the long run, quite a lot of roads to overcome, because roads are secondary flow paths for drainage. So working with the natural drainage pattern on the site is always an advantage from the start. And that creates a slight curvature in those main roads, because we are guiding the water to particular low points together and then towards the stormwater area. So once that was in place, that's when I, as the team, start taking up a little bit more now that the drainage overall is resolved, and work with that into a development that actually suits the site. And this had an evolution, this particular piece of land, from a more residential thinking into over time, into where we've landed now. So it still holds quite a lot of the land-based ingredients within the design. And in particular, those are the view shafts and court hills, the integration of existing landscape pockets, pocket park, which is increased as well. And then also moving around existing dwellings should they decide to actually be integrated. You can't just keep them off. You know, there are some that may decide to develop, but be part of this development. So it's quite a fine-tuned exercise to incorporate all of that and then bring in the entire efficiency of a living Z12 hospital. So, and then remembering that the site is not of a massive scale. You know, we have other plan changes, example, Lincoln plan change 69, which is massive, where that kind of fine-tuned design element doesn't make its way in the ODP to that extent, but hence,
So you talk about being able to maintain a village feel
correct,
on this development.
more than a purely gridded environment, although a village doesn't rely on grid versus non-grid.
No.
There are lots of villages that are gridded. But within the context of Prebbleton, I think this is a slightly softer approach.
Excellent, thank you very much indeed. That's extremely helpful, and the attachments you provided with your evidence on chief were particularly helpful to me, so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Unless we think I should keep them.
You're welcome to, sir.
We shall move. Oh, no, we have a break. What is the time? 2:45. I think we should have a break, shouldn't we? And then we'll do.
And the next.
A break for a share a glass of water or something. Okay, we will adjourn for 15 minutes. Is that all right? have anything before we assess?
We do. Miss Anthony's summer is slightly longer than some of the others. Always the issue with Hannah. But she will take you through that.
Can I give you your copy?
Oh, is this what you need? Is that your one?
Yes, I know.
I probably expected a reasonably substantial. Supplementary summary.
It's both things.
Yes. Okay. Let's make start.
My name is Paul Huston, and my qualifications have experience of people from Canada. The same thing, I won't use that now. Paragraph 3, the site is identified as a preferred rural residential site subject to Area 8 in the Southern Rural Residential Strategy 2014 and with a development overlay, but it's only for rural residential development in the proposed district plan. So you can't do full urban development in rural residential. However, the more recent proposal and now development of Birchwood Park, Jordan to the south, has significantly changed the infrastructure of the site. It has become the most suitable location for the wild growing to the proposed township to the park. PC72 is well located in the planning framework at the national, regional and district level to provide urban growth coverage. Development of sites will achieve compact and efficient more excellent activities on transport modes going to several centre, recreation areas and neighbouring key activity centres. And I can just confirm that both Cornwall and Hallswell are key activity centres, as well as bridging the existing urban areas to Birchwood Road Park to the south. It can be serviced for 3 waters and any minor effects of development can be also mitigated, including by the provision of the outline development plan. PC72 process is part of a fluid planning environment where there's a mix of old and outdated documents, other planning processes that are underway, and recently proposed new legislation, which will cloud the decision-making process. In my opinion, the greatest work should be placed on the current statutory planning framework, nearest and higher order planning documents, which is the NPS development, when assessing the next council 72. PC72 is consistent and use effect all of the NPS. Development site council supports competitive land and development market. 2, this is all the NPS. There's an urgent need to develop more land for urban residential purposes and so on, including Prebbleton to help address the same housing supply crisis, which has resulted in recent housing installation, and to meet the council's obligations on the NPS to provide at least capacity to meet expected housing as well. The PC site, 72 site is close to the major employment areas, including the activity centres, Robinson, Lincoln, the southwest Christchurch Industrial Business Growth area, and Hillsborough, as well as the centre. It's close to or actually already on and well serviced by public and active transport groups, which can be extended over time to the site. That's having regard to 3. PC72 can be integrated with planning and zoning existing water, wastewater, and other infrastructure. There is sufficient existing capacity for the land development and no upgrades are required. The NPS Objective 6 requires a balance between strategic medium-term long-term decision-making and being responsive to proposals, particularly those that provide significant development capacity and promote opportunities. The NPS requires the council to be responsive to all proposals, not just those that provide capacity, and I know to respond to is to react quickly and in a positive way. PC72 will help address both short and medium-term capacity management constraints and will not likely compromise potential outcomes in greater concentration to different process, which will be implemented through the Country Regional Council in 2024. The proposed residential development of this location will contribute towards a business form which supports reduction of greenhouse emissions relative to other potential growth areas, and it will be resilient to the effects of climate change. Policy 8 of the MSS provides an alternative resource management framework that prevents decision makers from being able to consider notorious proposals that are outside the areas identified on that area of Chapter 6 of the Regional Policy Statement. Proposal is most against requirements for development. It will have significant contribution of plastics at Prebbleton and Surrey district there.
Wait, Fiona, can you use the microphone closer, please? People can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. And and will contribute to well-functioning environments. I agree with the reporting officer that it is not appropriate to consider climate change representatives' contribution to this development capacity at a great Christchurch scale, because this would create advantages in sources of climate, such as carbon by policies in many years, which is clearly not in the national direction. That's outlined in the chief. PC72 is consistent with the office's district planning technical policies, including growth-related ones in township generally, and Prebbleton specifically, and those of the category regional statement, except those which restrict urban development and are agree with priority areas and future development. All matters raised in submissions have been addressed in evidence. In my opinion, there are no matters arising that would provide a basis for intentions. Rezoning the entire site LZ is the most efficient and effective use of the site, and is the most appropriate method to achieve the Resource Management Act. So this going on to the end of disagreement with other technical experts, first of all, what is it? Ministry for Education, this secretary agreed with us to get some additional wording to include the new text as set out below. However, she considers further provision should be made in order to namely as an additional matter of discretion at that stage, and for this matter, we should address the policy B4.2.6A. She considers this will provide greater clarity to the community and be consistent with the agreed collection of PC 69 and 73. In my opinion, PC 72 is not really comparable to PC 69 and 73 in terms of the need and likelihood of accommodate future education facilities. Fast in the scale, approximately 300 households, located at the township edge and then fragmented multiple ownership. Existing titles are 2 to 4 hectare range. PC 69 and 73 each for around 2,000 additional households. They're substantial proposals which will be market facilities and services, including local business centres and education. I know the reporting officer's comment that it just PC 72 include additional demand on education for the services to be honest. In these circumstances, reference to the narrative possible provision of education facilities is what is necessary. This secretary considers that under both operative and proposed development and education facilities is not included within the definition of community facilities now in the definition. Therefore, it's necessary for educational facilities to be enabled as its own use rather than public or community facilities. In my opinion, education facilities do come under the definition of community facilities, and the education facilities are a subset. Community centre is defined as a place providing social, recreational, and educational facilities for the neighbourhood. This secretary seeks that traffic assessment respond to the potential traffic congestion and safety effects of pivotal education facilities within the PC 72 site. This is obviously feasible approach to the municipal proposal design. Specific designation areas will be required if you want to consider development, which require consideration of the appropriate of the school site and the environmental effects and clinical sites. This section considers that the PC 72 zone will result in significant changes in use of the drones. The NPS
urban development anticipates changes in those urban environments over time, including challenges, including, and that resulting changes in amenity are not themselves an adverse effect. Mr. Blakey has addressed the stormwater matters raised on Mr. Fletcher. Its board legal council has addressed both issues raised on Mr. Fletcher with respect to inclusion of parties during that as an extension to 1832. Mr. Fletcher suggests that if the council requires further servicing assessments in support of inclusion of the land as part of the redevelopment process, this can be arranged. What in my view would be completely unreasonable to delay the decision on Mr. Fletcher's if the council is further information are they considered potentially adhering to sensitive secrets. During the involvement of the council to notification is necessary to on June 30, 2021 current part of the matters. Mr. Fletcher suggests that the ODP could simply be amended by including the land dealing with with respect to this unlikely discussion because there's some requirements for an open asset action policy P4318 there. And it outlines what outline the plan should include. That's competency as well. There will, down the bottom, page 5, there also needs to be some changes to the narrative, including addressing all urban interface versus city matters, and the same detail that is provided for on the national P72 ODP. Road is suggested with all connectivity and storage areas. Moving on to Eastland Township City Council, my response to the area matter raised by Marcus Land covered under the issue below. First of all, significant development capacity. Mr. Lang appears not to agree with the reporting activities that proposed 300 additional housing household enablement to absolute capacity. And that's quite 25% of the annual demand for additional household. So, because in this approach is problematic as it doesn't account for planned growth in the priority of development areas or unplanned growth proposed by the private management of the design fund. The estimated that combined this equates to 10 meters of growth based on the land figures. While the test is not for the PC32 will add significant additional capacity in comparison to what our plan proposed. It's whether on its own to capacity will contribute towards providing for at least diesel capacity children and not all. The evidence of PC72 is good. Also aimed at doing what is junior cost of exercise. And this proposal as explained all of them. Going on to rural residential development. Now this would consider that P72 content policy 6.3.1.7 of the county regional policy statement, which provides that the rural residential development shall not be regarded as a transition for the development. In the full wording, the relevant part of the policy is I will read it out. In Greater Christchurch, rural residential development service areas already zoned in district plans as of January 2013 can only be provided by territorial authorities in accordance with an adopted rural residential development strategy prepared in accordance with the Local Government Act, subject to the following, and then criteria 7 is the one that will be transition. The rural residential areas provided for in accordance with an adopted rural residential strategy, which in this case is the outdated rural residential strategy 2014. And this is to be clear that climate change because of rezoning will require each area. Quote from the strategy. Quote, read that out. A number of sites have been identified in this strategy as potentially suitable for residential development. However, none of these sites have been assessed to the level of detail necessary to establish whether or not they should ultimately proceed, or if they do, what requirements should apply to them. Inclusion of sites in this strategy simply establishes the sites as candidates for development at face value, subject to more detailed assessment and consideration of the area. Inclusion of sites in the strategy is often there to be the situation. The development site identified in the strategy proposing this Solar District Plan as previously undertaken. The Solar District Council does not intend to carry out such changes itself. Instead, the council expects that private plan change applications will be made when they are made. The process for this is set out in part 2 of the schedule to be made. Format such change should be the living zone with its related objective policies agreed about performance standards. County Regional Policy Statement requires that all residential development is subject to an outline development plan, which must include the arrangement plan before subdivision proceeds. And that's under policy 3.2, development plans. The above provisions are clear that rural residential areas must be required for in comprehensive way by way of rezoning application rules, including the outline development plan. They cannot include provisions which enable the area to transition for urban development. These are 73 proposals before building residential zoning, not a form of rural residential zone which enables it also to be developed at higher density, i.e. the transition to rural development. In my view, there's no conflict with these 72 versus what we can consider. This alignment considers that the proposal to zone PC 72 for residential or rural residential is inconsistent with the objective of the 3.6, which provides, it's reflecting the RPS within the road project area, kilowatt chapter 6, the RPS, to provide for residential development zoning locations identified in the document that was district law 2014. I disagree with this view. This policy directs that land can only be utilised for zoning for residential purposes if it is in the rural residential strategy 2014 approved areas. It's not saying that approved areas must be used for rural residential purposes. There are a total of 15 approved areas able to accommodate approximately 656 rural residential lots in total. The council has relied on private plan change proposals to facilitate LG zoning and enable their development for residential purposes. In some cases, they remain rural, and in the case of South Royston, and Royston too, the land has been developed in for residential purposes as a housing affordable. Under this discussion of lots of highly productive land, this land acknowledges that the tree zoning site will result in more residential land and is unlikely to result in economic farming units. I do consider that some productive use will still be able to occur. This would be through the use of self-sufficient production with small-scale horticulture that can be produced farmers markets. Similar, we expect that this is highly unlikely and more than not very practical. Providing no evidence of support to the average $5,000 likely to be able to take small-scale horticulture with self-sufficient production. In my experience, for residential lots, this farm is truly large-scale crops. This is very low-level activity where necessary to manage purposes. If any such production would be there, and further then will estimate no meaningful contribution to the effective use of the land for farm production purposes. This allows preference for the tree zoning exercise appears to be largely, if not entirely based on the fact that it is the most appropriate option to give effect to the high level plan documents and would not be contrary to the NPS during the run. However, this is not the correct test under section 2 of the RNA. The overall cost and benefits of the alternatives must be considered in their own effectiveness assessed. In my opinion, it's not sound that this is natural practice to rely on outdated documents, which is the case with the Solar Residential Strategy 2014. It predates the Village Road proposal, which was significantly changed the vehicle perform context of 2022, and the changes in the local housing market, which culminated in the housing. In the current housing market, Prebbleton is a speculation crisis due to extreme shortages of housing. These factors supported by evidence that in today's market conditions, utilising the sensitive amount of low density or would be a much less efficient use of the land than for building residential zoning. This delay since then has increased the state. This will place pressure for further expansion or residential development elsewhere by reducing the amount of land available for residential growth. I would suspect that I actually see what is the problem. Rural residential strategy is dated and overview review. It was reviewed within 5 years, i.e. 2019, but this has not happened. And it is relied on the proposed development plan to identify urban growth overlay areas for rural residential development. There are potential intensification developments, including Prebbleton, and submissions of proposed plans requesting all done elsewhere, including Shannon Road. The loss of the potential, and that's on the west side of Prebbleton. The loss of a potential residential site and the need for alternatives is a cost of bringing into 22. However, in my view, there's not a significant cost and one that does not change my view that the most appropriate option in terms of promoting the all projects and development documents is PC72 site or PC72 site is called site. Intensification targets. And this is social objectives of 2.2 this time, this is a concern that development of greenfield land outside of that plan in the RPS is volume impact, decreases the amount of land being development, and the proportion of the overall supply of housing, then impacts on the ability to achieve intensification targets of commercial transport. If greenfield development is significantly increased by less than anticipated, this will have strong effect of proportionally reducing the successive delivery of housing intensification of brownfield areas. As mentioned in my evidence, this is borne out of our current trends. The housing cost assessment, the most recent July 2021, indicates that the intensification targets have been achieved despite significant proposals for greenfield zoning. As greenfield land is being used in Christchurch City, the trend has been towards intensification, while it is difficult to provide a causal link between the two forms of development. In paragraph 51, referencing that area to land discusses the way in which the regional policy statements are existing and public sectors. While I think that zoning is important, this rigidity is this outcome from process. I consider that flexibility is also important in developing processes, and this is supported by the emphasis development which opposes rigidity limits. How far is the law boundary without the ability to change or remove that boundary will not meet the requirements of the hearings on both the Christchurch Council and our states, which is Greater Christchurch Settlement Update in 2019, providing numerous examples of the surrounding know that most zoning proposals that have to be rejected by the respective planning to be considered something effective with RPS. In paragraph 55, this line includes claims to municipal side of the RPS as being effective the NPS. When the regional council provided its recommendation report to the minister, it included an evaluation of change one against the relevant framework, which included the NPS. Evaluation documented how change one would affect the NPS. The approving change one and specifically acknowledged that the regional council has complied with the RMA regulations thereafter and had a relevant national direction. I'm unable to see anything in the municipality can support you. Simply recall that using the streamlined planning process to change one, you can comply with the act and the relevant national direction. And I intend to attach the letter as I can say. Do not consider this as no longer in observation policy that is no land to describe it. Not only that, change one has so change one, I'm going to give you that background now, or should I do that after? Okay, so change one was notified in around January 2021, and there was a call for written submissions, which had to be launched within a very, very brief period. I think it's under a month. And then there was no hearing, and no hearing. Followed the streamlined process. Yeah. So
my experience with the streamlined process involves a panel and a hearing.
well, nothing of that nature in this case.
Oh.
I know.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. So the regional council had a recommended report to the minister, and that was independently reviewed, and that information, and that appendix 2 of that report was a summary of comments on the submission and recommendations whether they should be accepted or rejected. That report went to the minister, and he issued his decision in May 2021. So the report went to the Minister in March, it was only notified in January, and the decision was made in May. And there's no decision other than just that letter. And it's all on the council's website, we can give you the links. And this morning I did go and look at the particular comments or recommendations in relation to the Triton Road submissions. And you'll be able to see that, but I guess there's a few things to point out about that change one. First of all, it was to give effect to our space, which was the settlement review update that happened in 2018. The decision was issued in 2019. And the purpose of that settlement update was to give effect to the National Policy Statement of Urban Development Capacity, 2016. So, and so change one really just implemented our space and did no more. So it just accepted what our space said. So our space was the NPS 2016, not the NPS 2020. The critical differences were that, of course, the NPS 2016 didn't have policy aims in it. So it didn't actually have anything about anticipating legal Western criteria were met. Also, in 2016 version, required you to provide sufficient development capacity to meet urban targets, whereas the 2020 document was at least sufficient capacity to meet agricultural lines. There's some subtle but important change there. And also the change one decision was obviously based on the 2018 housing capacity assessments, whereas a new one came out in July 2021. And interestingly, in reporting on submissions, there's just a few points that are made in the recommendation to decline the transfer submission. One is that the next capacity assessment will update and review the capacity and guide any need to identify additional land in accordance with the NPS. So it's the same that when there is another capacity update, we'll be able to review if we need to go in land that happens. And it says the change one gives effect in part and to the extent reasonably practical to the NPS. It's not saying we fully give effect to the NPS. And it says that changes to that are necessary to respond to the responsive planning provisions and to consider additional flexibility will be the subject of future processes, including the full review of the RPS in 2024. So, not a very satisfactory outcome, in my opinion, as a fan, but anyway. So that, the other point about our space is the map A, which just repeats the projected infrastructure boundary, makes up the future development areas, which dates back to the change one to the RPS in 2007. In our space, it's indicative only, so it acknowledges that it's not the final say on the matter, whereas change one only introduces those future development areas as no flexibility outside those areas. So that's just a bit of context for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, come back to that.
Okay. So going on to housing needs, this alone states that the economic assessment of capital plan change narrowly looks at supply and demand only in Prebbleton. It appears to overlook the economic evidence from Plan Change 72, particularly the Colgrave's evidence, which considers the district, sub-district and Prebbleton markets. Mr. Colgrave concludes that the council is currently not meeting its obligations to provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet demand for new dwellings, as required by the NPS at either the district or sub-district level, and that additional land needs to be identified and rezoned as soon as possible to meet the NPS obligations and to enable the efficient operation of the local land market, and that PC 72 will case does not require that all locations with high demand should increase their high. Whether Objective 3 requires regional policy sector and to enable more people to be located in areas of their environment where one or more of the following apply. First of all, the areas in or near a centre or other areas and employment opportunities. Or the areas also by physical and public transport. Or there is high demand for housing or business land in the area relative to other areas within the urban environment. So only one of these others apply to be met, though in the case of Prebbleton, all three are met in any case. The evidence is that demand for housing is very high in Prebbleton, including relative to some other areas in the larger city, and in place of very strict requirements has resulted in extreme price escalation in the dysfunctional market. Mr. Langham is concerned that the range of typologies enabled by the proposed regime do not sufficiently align with the housing trends in the 2020 housing capacity assessment, which will require a significant increase in the demand for smaller and multi-unit dwellings across the broad range of tenures. In his view, before PC72 warrants approval, we will need to propose typologies and tenures that can be influenced apart from other developments counted in advance of the protection infrastructure boundaries. And by way of explanation, he says, I consider that the criteria that are yet to be developed by the regional council will engage with demand typologies and needs in this way, and that any assessment of significance in the meantime should directly consider these aspects. Not appropriate in my view to second guess what the regional council criteria will be. Currently they don't accept. Councils in assessment are provided by land change but only have regard to the other two clauses. The other two criteria, namely whether development capacity will contribute to well functioning of the environment and the welfare of public transport corridors. The evidence is that development enabled high functioning essentially as well. Going on to the Enabling Housing Supply Act. Amendment Act. Mr. Langham states that the Amendment Act significantly impacts the potential for intensification and development capacity within existing living areas, increasing the ability of existing areas to meet demand through redevelopment. In many years before the impact of this legislation became clear, including special patterns of intensification within Christchurch City and surrounding townships. Many of the proposed plan changes are more consistent with the amendment, with what the amendment is trying to achieve in the non-residential development anticipated at the site and the original policy statement and not the district plan, by virtue of the status of the non-residential site. Mr. Colvin recommends with reason applying caution and assuming the immediate traumatic rise in housing capacity released through these recent reforms. Cumulative and precedent effects. In my view, policy aims for the MPS expressly provides for consideration of private franchise requests, and it may be problematic to assess the cumulative effects of allowing individual requests on their merits. Nevertheless, the MPS provides guidance on what may constitute those proposals, such as its connectivity on housing and its contribution to a well-functioning environment. Other provisions in the MPS also require a broad consideration of proposals, including their integration into subject to planning decisions. Such matters require existing data to determine that proposal individually and to assess strategically. Do not share this allowance concerns to bring this plan to necessary compromise due to outcomes or such negative benefits. In any event, I consider that Objective 6 and Policy 6 of the MPS clearly anticipates that responsive decision making warrants the merit-based assessment proposals that are anticipated or anticipated. Preference for strategic planning processes. Mr. Lang considers it very cautious to do this anticipation planning exercises with clear options for identifying areas for which further development, as opposed to the grant plan changes such as PC72. I do understand the sentiment, but the reality is that the MPS clearly points to the clear consequences of plan change proceeding over special planning processes. I do not consider that defining PC72 so it would be determined at a later stage to account for the strategic planning process would be responsive. The current circumstances, in particular where there is an inclusion need for additional land capacity, and simply can afford the luxury of waiting for the process. Regional Council policies, Mr. Lang considers practice 32 will not reflect the number of these. The assessment data is well fit in my evidence and the team of the national plan change. Infrastructure. With reference to policy 6.3.5 of the regional policy statement, Mr. Lanyon is concerned that the proposal will not achieve appropriate integration of land use and infrastructure. Particular concern is wastewater, and that approving Plan 72 could potentially undermine the targets of the day have other land already identified for boundaries and development within the infrastructure boundary and the future development area. That will be reliant on the remaining infrastructure capacity on wastewater treatment plant until such time as upgrades are completed and the full range of consents obtained. This has been addressed in the officer's report, in my evidence and the evidence of our archive. However, following points in particular. Mr. Fox, some of the evidence addresses this demand to be conserved with wastewater. Policy 6.3.52 specifically seeks that the nature, timing and sequence of new development is coordinated with development, funding in place, implementation, operation and infrastructure. Clause 2E of the policy seeks that appropriate infrastructure is in place at the time the new development occurs. I acknowledge the need for practical coordination, development and infrastructure provision based on the evidence of the so that will be the case. On this date, I disagree with Mr. Langley's assessment and policy 6.3.5. All is concerned that the proposal will not achieve appropriate integration of land use, development and infrastructure. Example. City Council is specifically concerned that the integrated traffic assessment shows that the vast majority of residents commute from Prebbleton to Christchurch with 70%. No additional water opportunities are provided for the Plan 72, but expect that the community contribution will remain at least at this level. Or CCC say, although the employment base in Prebbleton is currently limited, as already mentioned, the site is focused on this industrial area, food and handles. There's potential for additional public transport to connect Prebbleton with Lincoln and the central city. The real estate evidence is that it is now common for Prebbleton purchasers to have some employment in the district, given the ease of commuting. Christchurch is no longer a deterrent for those who do work in the Christchurch city centre. Another common clientele are those that are retired from the spectrum or low maintenance new build options with high state construction to provide easy warmth, heating and maintenance. The prices of homes in sections of Prebbleton has often been a hopeless factor for those who have homes that will account for high centres of home purchases in the Prebbleton market. Residential density. The 12 hectares per household density proposed achieves that requirement in policy 6.3.7 of the RPS and chapter 4B of the plan, and does not include the regulations being provided. Housing priority is not prescribed, but variety in this regard is not included. I consider the proposal to enable a variety of homes that meet the needs of different households as sought by policy 1 of the RPS. And the regional policy statement gets 12.3.1 and so on budget B 3.4.4. Do not agree with the line that laws require to respect proposal to be qualified as significant under policy area. Greenhouse emissions. Mr. Lanyon considers relying on private vehicles to best percentage of reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Paragraph 6.1 of my evidence addressed the language using MBS and concludes that an absolute reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is not required. Indeed, that's unlikely to be achievable in any resource location where private vehicle use will predominate. Accordingly, the accessibility and connectivity proposed and the evidence of Mr. Farrell thoroughly, that is referred to in my evidence chief and was presented as another of the plan change here, plan 73. I'll give you the cross-reference. Just to clarify, you're not a witness for plan 72. I consider the proposal to support reductions in greenhouse emissions in the manner sought by Objective 8 and Policy 1E. I consider the site is well connected to transport corridors by a range of transport roads, has access to existing public transport services that can be ready to adapt to service style. Localised network effects can be effectively managed. The proposal is unlikely to result in wider transport network effects beyond what are already anticipated by strategic growth plans and policies, such as our space and the regional policy statement. So in conclusion, my opinion is no sound resource management reason to postpone indefinitely land rezoning, where, as in this case, planning studies and the evidence established around this highly suited to residential development is consistent with the plan will be effective on relevant strategic plan objectives and policies, but within and updated and misaligned with more recent national plan directives. And in this case, I'm talking about the regional policy and operating establishment plan
was inconsistent with the direction of the MPS through the development. My principal plan is
that's made available to the audience administrator that can change my documentation and the website includes both the recommendation and a copy of the RRG submission.
Thank you very much. In the letter at the end from Honourable David Parker, Econ LLP, in general, in the third bullet on new quotes, can you comply with the resource management recognition and any relevant national direction? What do you think he's referring to there within the relevant national direction?
I'm sure he is. Any relevant national direction will include the NPS in development, and that's what this is all about. That's the one that we're focused on rather than the national direction.
And this is May 2021.
Yes.
It's 2020, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So it's time flies, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
We're in July 2020. I mean, of course,
I wonder if complying.
you can argue that it's in accordance with the change is in accordance with the NPS. That doesn't mean to say that we can policy statement as a whole is two quite different things. This is dealing with a specific change, didn't address the chapter 6 as a whole, it addressed that.
Yeah, and it said, it was quite clear that it wasn't given full effect to the NPS development. I mean, and it's in the section 32 assessment. And at that time, they were stating that they were proposing, in section 32, saying that they were going to do another change that specifically addressed response planning provisions. And that was presumably what they told the minister.
And now that's morphed into the sort of social planning exercise and full review of the rather than just a review of chapter 6.
Yes, well, I think at the time when I was talking, obviously, to the regional policy planners to understand what the intentions were. At that time, I think they were proposing another very defined plan change, which purely addressed policy 8 and the responsive planning provisions. But the criteria, specifically the criteria. But they, for whatever reason, they chose later on not to go down that path and to focus their attention on the, as Ms. Lang said, on the greater conscious and a full review in 2024, which is a full review of all sections. Not, I mean, I don't know whether it's a discussion we put forward trying to grow, but I certainly raise the idea of prioritise chapter 6 and do something much bigger. No, as soon as practically. Yeah. So, you know. and the interesting thing wording is they're giving effect to the NPS in the submission comments to the extent that's reasonably practical.
Yeah. The rural residential strategy really is quite old now, isn't it?
Yes.
This point you made.
Yeah.
A reminder. Now, in the MFE, I did, the other thing I printed on the two development areas, I did print the MFE guidance. And in there, there is some guidance, which, in relation to, well, if you haven't got any criteria for significant development capacity, this is what we think you should think about, which is significance of scale and location. The headings there, fulfilling identified demand, timing of development and infrastructure. Have you sort of turned your mind to those? So this is pages 5 over to 6 of the fact sheet. If you haven't got it yet. Sorry, I'm trying to set you.
No. Oh, here we go.
Well, really look, the wording that's used is factors that can help determine whether significant development capacity exists. In other words, it's what they think are suitable generic criteria, irrespective of local circumstances.
Yeah. So, usually it happens to given on to me their actual review session. But certainly, yes, those are all matters that I want to attention to. Yes.
Okay. You know, I have to put my hand up and say I did have a role with the land use recovery plan, very greenfield priority areas, and I wondered ever since where was non-priority.
Right.
You know, there is a priority area. I don't know why the word was used. Just stuck it out of it.
Yes.
But caused enough trouble. Anyway, associated with that is this projected infrastructure boundary that I can't remember at all.
Right.
And it seems to be cast as a sort of very thick black line.
Right.
We'll squeeze a few future development areas in there. Now, it's one of my questions. Someone asked about questions to England. It's only one of the questions to England. Projected infrastructure.
Mm.
And actually, what should be the projected infrastructure boundary around Prebbleton? Because we're being told that there's not just, connecting reasonable service, but even looking ahead into the future in terms of the Prebbleton situation.
Well, the thing about this projected infrastructure boundary is shown on map A at the bottom of the RPS, as you say, is a black line. And it's not explained anywhere that I could read in chapter 6 what it is. There's no policy or anything about it. It's just popped onto the map. But I understand that it was sort of their future planning beyond the greenfield priority areas at that time in 2007. And the reason historically why Prebbleton wasn't didn't have a lot of future growth potential, because at that time it was reticulated to Christchurch City, whereas quite a long time after that it became reticulated to Rolleston. So that completely changed the sort of servicing capacity context of Prebbleton, because this projection infrastructure boundary goes back to 2007, was really never reviewed. We're stuck with a really historical reason for a decision. And this is
back to 2007.
Yes, it's change 1 to the regional policy statement, which is no solve in 2007, and the decisions were issued in 2009 by the commissioners, but then the lot came along.
How many LTPs are the
Yeah.
which provide for financial forward-looking funding for infrastructure and are projected instruments.
Yes. I think the difficulty was always being this sort of, and
the Greater Christchurch Partnership
Yeah.
and the idea that they've got a collaborative work together. And because there's been this firm rule, urban boundary, projected infrastructure boundary, none of the partners have really been able to actually consider anything beyond that boundary. I'll be on the right.
I'll certainly invite comment on that from others who are listening, and some of these things might. But I'm keen to have all perspectives on that.
Yeah.
In terms of
Yeah.
history.
Yeah.
I mean, my involvement as a commissioner at Christchurch City goes back to President pre-earthquake, which was slavishly opposed by the city on infrastructure grounds. Because, you know, that wasn't where their main truck sewer was going, and this is where it's going. So that's where you're going to develop. And very much infrastructure they're thinking rather than multifaceted planning thinking.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. So, I mean, what happened is that challenge of the urban growth boundary and the green priority areas, which would have happened by way of appeals in 2009, all those appeals were extinguished. So that opportunity to challenge that and look at the merits of other areas sort of went out the window. And I know that the Preston area and also additional land also Highfields, which is also Highfields and Preston were the only two additional areas which were outside that, those regional priority areas that were going back to 2007, and they were in the development policy by additional land in response to use by. So two additional areas, plus they took away the staging restriction or sequence restrictions for regional priority areas. So initially there were three different stages in the gradual release of land, whereas they took that off and said, yeah, that was the way that they increased supply. And after the earthquake, they did, as I understand, Christ did quite a lot of supply in the other areas, and it was sufficient for that to completely use that now.
Well, that's not the thing, isn't it? I mean, the work was about urgent release of land, directing changes to plans in a massive scale.
Yes.
And the government response was, you're doing too much on greenfield, let's push some intensification as well, which is another story.
Yeah, Preston was perceived, but Highfield hasn't.
No.
And that's another sort of bone of contention, is that some of the greenfield capacity that is in these housing capacity assessments actually isn't really suitable land, and it isn't feasible to develop.
No. I feel, so I have to put my hand up, I did Highfield as well.
Right.
Yeah, liquefaction issues, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would you want me to comment now, or do you think you prefer maybe wait for tomorrow?
Actually, I don't remember.
Still going to
I'm quite big share.
So the proposed plan with the growth overlay. So rural residential and any growth overlay both require plan changes to ODPs.
Yes, so the urban growth overlays in the proposed plan all relate to very outdated documents, I'm afraid to say. And in Prebbleton, the only urban growth overlays are these preferred rural residential areas in the 2040 strategy, and the ones that are left that haven't been resigned. And they do, the urban growth overlay does require plan change. So it's just
Are there any urban growth overlays in the plan that sit outside the high fence?
No, there are the future development areas. So the future development areas aren't either. They're urban growth overlays. So the urban growth overlays are basically the future development areas in Rolston and in the remaining rural residential areas that haven't been already. And in fact, just about all of, not only there, and those that are there, all of them have been subject to submissions that I understand before, for their development, except one which is has a capacity of 1.8, which is the time study that we're paying. Yeah.
And you said in the summary here today that there's one that has been approved as urban residential.
Yes, that was approved as a housing corridor.
That have,
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah.
And then there's one in another one in South Rolleston, which has been approved by the legislation.
Yes.
Quite recently.
And that's within two, isn't it?
That's within the future development area of South Rolleston.
That's pretty big. Is it how much of the future development area does that suck up?
It's about 900 households, and I think the future development area.
Maybe two.
Maybe two.
I wonder why they haven't got that parish established with so many people.
So the reason why there are no additional areas of land zoned in the proposed plan is again because of this commitment to collaborate and the understanding between the partnership, and also the Solar District Plan proposed plan was notified a couple of months after the development, the NPS development was finalised. So it was, the proposed plan was really finalised before the NPS came out, so it immediately was out of sync. The council decided not to delay it any longer, and as we rely on submissions to reach up to date,
This is the challenge, isn't it? We need to make our plan making processes lighter on their feet and more responsive to changes. But we keep getting these kind of.
Feels like planning is just tidying up things that are working. That's just listening to this. We're outside.
Let's feel things, not well. The ambiguous density stuff, definitely let's feel. The NPSUD isn't necessary because it had a pre-assessment. Yeah. Which is fair enough. Okay, that's been very helpful. I will ask about the council office about the process of the park decision, but I've seen now plan of the park, which is very helpful. I know it's been designated, etc. But it's really not. We've already got a domain in Prebbleton, which is quite substantial. I think the structure plan way back said extend east. I think in terms of structure plan, which is not what's happened. That's gone residential. And so we kind of said, well, we need more space. But,
right. And I understand that the park is also partly meeting Lincoln recreation needs. It can't be accommodated. Yeah. So the sports fields will be shared with the local population. And it's on the cycle corridor, rail corridor between Lincoln and Prebbleton. So there's really good connectivity between the two. So
I'd actually be interested to hear a bit more about the decision-making process around the park and what lies behind it. I mean, as is obvious from the evidence, it does sort of separate this one out in terms of spatial relationships. So we can wait. All right, thank you very much. I'm sure I'll think of lots of things overnight, and perhaps reserve the right for feedback. It might be a little bit more round table tomorrow when we come to the council and so on, but I'll resist that at the moment. I did a hearing in one very recently, which was about, the resource consent hearing, and there were two submitters. And they were all neighbours, all knew each other really well, and it really was quite, we didn't follow any rules whatsoever. The way I read this hearing. No rules. Not normal rules anyway, the rules were no. So we'll have a good day. Thank you very much. It's been quite a long day. It's 4 o'clock. It's pretty good. I'm going to now go and have a little mooch around Prebbleton. We are going to reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow.